Welcome everyone to today's live stream. Some more Orebound. We're back. We're gonna do some rethinking, reworking of the existing setup a little bit, because I had an idea of something I want to do with my big castle fortress type thing, and unfortunately I need to have a I need to clear some room to make it the way I kind of am envisioning. And that means I gotta move some stuff around, and it just makes sense as I started thinking about it. You know, it's one of those things, as you get further into the game, you get more practice. Just like with anything else, you get better at kind of thinking things through and kind of planning them out and kind of realizing how you want to do it. So I know how I want to set something up better than I've got set up now, and then that frees me up for something else. So we've got some reworking to do today, but of course right now we got Timmy kind of just chilling here. Look at this. And hey, Felonius, we'll be here waiting when you get back. I've already done my chores today. I had to go get Timmy some more of his it's not really flea, it's like flea tick, you know, it's, I can't remember what it's guard something, but it's the stuff that you put on their backs right here like once a month, and it keeps them from getting the little creepy crawlies on them that go dip and, you know, get them heartworms and such. He's already had his one round of heartworms from his previous owners. So yeah, I'm making sure he don't have that happen again. I had to go get that, and man, that's expensive. You are expensive, young sir. Old man, I'm sorry. You're gonna be 10 this year, you old man. Want this? Get your, gotta clean your teeth today. Come on. Teeth cleaning. Hey, come here. You want it? You want it? You gotta grab it from here in front of the camera. Yeah, get in there. Yeah, okay. That's his favorite treat, and it's the toothbrush treat, basically. That's what's funny, is he'll eat that before any other treat. If you put a bunch of them out, he will eat it first, even though it's the one he should eat last so he can clean his teeth. And it's gone in like, you know, 20 seconds. Completely demolished. I gave him a big jerky treat. I know I've showed those on the stream before. I gave him a big jerky treat last night when we got home from work. And I like, usually that takes a bit of time for him to eat it. Literally gave it to him, went and changed clothes, came back out like a minute later, completely gone. Just demolished it. I'm not sure how he did it that fast. I think he inhaled it. He crushed it up, scraped into lines, and snorted it. Let's get moving with the game. There we go. All right, so yes, I have done. Or last time, you know, we started building the new vault money hoard area. I have done quite a bit with that, because I also got the stone setup done last time, and that has been just amazing. You see I have everything completely full here, and I'm overflowing with stone. I have too much, so we're gonna do that. But one thing I want to point out I've had happening since the anvil update, and there's no discernible rhyme or reason to it, is certain very specific conveyors stop working. And I don't think it's the conveyors. It could be the connection of the conveyors, but I think it's more of the splitters. What's been happening is the splitters on just the coal locations have routinely been breaking, and it's only on the right side. In this case, it hasn't been this one, it's been this one. So like, that will keep going until the steam runs out, stop producing. What's in it will get funneled through, and it keeps going into storage. It stops funneling on the right side for some reason, and I've had to, every time I come in, or you know, I have to come and check it, and I would say 8 out of 10 times that I have played this since the update, this one's had to been fixed, and the other coal location has had the exact same thing. It's not the splitter feeding into water and steam. It's the splitter before that, or somewhere in there. It's breaking where it does not pass the coal on that one side, and it's always the ones with the right side. Like there, it stops going along that path, ends up cutting out the water, and in some cases the steam, and at that point I have no power and it just shuts the whole thing down. And that's been happening on both coal locations, that one there and the one down below. So every time I've done this, I've had to do basically a complete walk around of all my resource spots to make sure everything's working. So if I haven't been able to play for like an hour at a time, I stopped playing, because the first 10 minutes is pretty much me just doing rounds to make sure everything works. We're not going to do that at this moment. I don't want to spend the first 10 minutes just, yeah, let's go check everything again, because I've done it so many times. But yeah, that's, ever since the Anvil update, that's the problem. You know, last time I determined what the problem is with the splitters and mergers, or mainly the mergers on the new update with the 3-to-1. How they're doing a basically round robin approach where it has to go in sequence for things to pass through. This is another problem. This is with specifically the old splitters and in specific locations with apparently specifically coal. I don't know what's going on with that. But that's what's been happening. Just in case you're experiencing a similar issue where stuff is suddenly stopped working, like you don't have any production, it's something with the splitter, and you just replace the conveyor, it starts working again. So I don't know what it is that's causing it, but that's what I've been dealing with every time I have to go check it. All right, so as you can see, I have completed the entire enclosure here. And hey, Jenny, thanks for joining. And we do still get weird things like that right there. There is a light in the corner where there is no opening. So we're still getting like weirdness where certain things are, you know, it's showing light around the edge, but you're getting a little bit more light than you're supposed to in some places. So it's like I got a leak in my roof. You know, you got that. But you also notice, well, I have this here, and there's obviously a glow from that stand. There's a glow over here. I don't have anything here. Now, I really have nothing here underneath this, but the light is bleeding through from both outside with the sun, but also bleeding through from the lower floor. So I want to replace, or I want to build out the lighting today with this at some point. But I don't need much, because the light does bleed through between floors, which means any light I add here is just going to add a little bit more lighting down below. But I have done that. I have completed the entire walkway around this. Again, that infinite stone setup has just been an absolute blessing. So we're going to do some redesign with this if we have time as well today, because it's getting a little bit more impressive looking. I can see my little signal tower out there from here, but we got to make this more visible. So I've got room for a third floor. But what we are going to change today, what I'm reworking today, is this floor. Because I started thinking about kind of this whole setup. I had to bring up coal, and I've had to bring up coal, and then also this is one where I've got coal in here, but I have seen it where a certain, it'll change like one of these at random and stop it from working, and I have to go and redo the whole setup. This is kind of nice. You know, it brings in stuff. Yeah, you know, it's generating moonshine. I'm making a little bit of money with it. It's not a big deal in terms of the money value, but I have to keep coming and refilling the barrels. I have to refill the coal up here. It adds that extra tedium. And this was just a do it because I can, and do it because I wanted to play a little bit with some more of the stuff. We have proper stacking with the splitters and mergers now. We have three-way splitters and mergers, and I am producing more than enough barley from just this one spot over here to produce all of my food requirements. So really, this is good. You know, I'm doing really well with this, but I don't want it here anymore. I don't want it on this floor. I want to clear this out. And I'm thinking of this as the distribution center. All right, hear me out on this. I did the elevator build for the stone deposit spot with the item elevators bringing the stone up. And then all the power and everything up top. I've already got power down below. What I'm thinking is kind of the same thing. Adding like digging the whole thing out and building a column of stairs or something that leads up to here. Hopefully lines it up well enough. And get up here with the same kind of like an item elevator for maybe coal, just to bring the extra coal up here and be able to feed stuff. But I want this as maybe a distribution center, not for the food stuff. I'm gonna move this down below, and we might have some animal husbandry with a future update, so it might have this. Oh, they seem to have fixed the grass. They must have done a micro update, because I don't remember seeing anything, and there was no patch notes, but my grass has suddenly respawned. You look, if you didn't see it last live stream, you could look and see how this whole area was just blank. All the grass, all this, the texturing was gone in a very specific area based on my building. And it's back now. So they must have done some kind of quick little hot fix. I mean, even the tree over here, I'm pretty sure was missing. It was like just the bushes and some stones and logs were here, and everything else was blank. Not even this ground color. It was a very off light green color. So, way I'm thinking this distribution center. Ideally, you know, now that we have the item elevators, I do like I did with the stone deposit. I build out different spots around the area where they're self-contained. They funnel up to the surface where I'm less likely to get attacked. And then I have, like, let's say we knock out a little hole in the wall over there, and I have a kind of like just little stands, not necessarily like a whole tower, but just like in SAS Factory, you'd have the I don't know if this will work with the rails, but basically like this. You just kind of build up a little stack, and I have a rail system. So like the stone, I could have a rail system that comes here and delivers in, and it's just, becomes like the big central distribution area. The different rails come in, come down to go into the minecart station, drop stuff off here. This becomes kind of like a central gathering area for certain things, ideally further away production. And I may even, instead of trying to do the whole conveyor thing here, or elevator thing here with the conveyors, the vertical conveyors, we might do like a minecart thing that kind of comes up out of, I think it's that one, or one over there is where I used to go in. Actually, I know that's where I started. That was where my first base was. So yeah, I could bring it up there and have it come in like this side as a delivery thing from down below through minecart to bring stuff up here. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Main thing is I want to get this whole thing out of here and kind of redo this whole setup down in the lower level. Right now, I'm going to dump this in and get me some more food going. I feel like I could yank all this out. Do that. If I've got the supplies, I should be able to start building stuff. At least getting started with this, and then start pulling some of those out. But I want to move this to get there. That spot there in the distance, that's my first infinite coal deposit, where I've been funneling coal into here to handle my machines here at this spot. So everything, I've got the coal that comes in from there, nice long set of conveyors, feeds in and goes through splitters over here into my water and steam that's powering all of that. I want to basically expand on this setup, and I did think about doing it maybe over there too, but it just makes more sense here because I've got coal and I've got the wood that I'm using here to make the barrels. So I just kind of want to redo this setup. I want to build it out bigger, where it's all contained over here. We have just basically the wood into the barrels being produced here. So the overflow barrels can go into the selling part. Overflow coal can go into a storage and then into a selling part as well, maybe. I don't know. Kind of rethinking that. But yeah, basically we're going to leave this because this is what's feeding that part. And I'm going to leave this right now. I just want to start kind of expanding out this way and redo, I guess the wood's going to be the part there. Let's just take that out. Let that process while I start rethinking some things. But yeah, this is, we're just going to redo this. And I've got unlimited stone now. We're going to do a setup with unlimited stone. I also want to take the opportunity with that. I want to produce wood and the barrels. So the wood will go into a storage, and the feeding the barrel production. That'll slow things down initially for the barrels, but eventually that means I will have unlimited wood production going. This will get filled up the same way I do with the stone. And we're going to build with stone on this because I've got unlimited stone right now. And Timmy's already tuckered out. So yeah, it's got the wood platform right now, and that's fine, you know, not a big deal. Just gonna try to run these out while I do this. That's gonna be a fun one. Also, kind of notice I've got this. It gets taller. If it becomes a concern, actually, might be good to just let's start again, and I'm just gonna build taller, build up higher. Oh, also that now snaps. Great. I didn't even try that part with the new update. You can finally snap stone and wood pieces together, at least certain ones. Okay, so that let me just do it like this. Once all is said and done, I will probably I'll like drain that out, and or I'll set up a new one on top of the new structure, and I'll just cut that piece. Yes, because I could just cut this out, put the new storage, fill it up, and then do that. That'll make for a nice clean switch over. As it stands now, I'm gonna go with this. And actually, what was it? Wait, you know, I've got the big foundations. Of course, the snapping is the problem with them. Alright, so we're just gonna do these. Funny we did not get larger versions of that. Okay. So this should give me high enough over there. Give me some clearance this way. Alright. Jenny, I know Felonious say he has chores, so how are you doing? We'll wait for Felonious to get back to ask him that question. How's things going with you, Jenny? Are you still focused on Orebound, or are you back to Satisfactory, or on to the next game? That's one thing about the stone floor pieces, is they seem to have a tendency to want to stack on top of each other. Wood does not. I'm letting that burn through. Working on the iron and copper area. That is something I did think about redoing over there, but then I was like, I'll have to redo the whole setup a different way, and I was kind of like, I really don't know if I want to do that. I might do that in the end at some point over there. I'm kind of thinking I just want to find me a different iron and copper area. I know what I want to do at this point, and again, as you play the game, you get better. You know, you experiment with different things. You find your building style, the way you like building. You find how things work, and you get more accustomed to certain things, and you start thinking of better ways to do it. I think what I want to do is at any remote site, like if I'm going to do all the crafting part at my main base, then instead of shipping ore in and just smelting the ore here, which is what I'm doing right now, I kind of want to do it sort of like how I've done with the remote sites like the Emerald and such. I want to go ahead and do where I basically smelt, like, okay, here's an iron site and a copper site. You got them side by side. You go ahead, you mine the copper, mine the iron, and you handle smelting them into ingots there. Ship the ingots, whichever way you do it, conveyor, mine cart, whatever, to your main production area. That way when it comes in, all you're really worried about, you're not worried about the extra smelting process. You know, you're not, or the ore crushing. You're not worried about, oh, I gotta take the iron ore, crush it, now I gotta smelt it into the ingot, and now I gotta turn it into something else. At that point, you just get the ingots in, and you take those, and you're basically, at this point on your main area, you're worried about the crafting part, turning them into the iron plates, the iron cogs, the dinnerware and such, if you just want to do something for making money. You know, that's how I am planning to redo stuff eventually, and that's how I'm going to do everything with the gold and silver. I think once I get ready to actually build gold and silver, I'm going to do it like that, where I basically just ship the bars in, and the crafting, it gives me more room to then turn those bars into all the different items in the same amount of space I'll be using to do the crushing, the smelting, and the crafting then to a certain type of items. You know, it frees up more room. So that's the way I'm kind of rethinking of that. Welcome back, Felonious. Get enough sleep? I finally did, but only because I took a very long time to drag myself out of bed this morning. I've been busy. I've been... once again, I'm in a class. Or doing a class online. And what's happened is I kind of slacked off and stopped doing that much with it. And, well, you know, I kind of like was just doing the bare minimum just to keep things rolling. So I wasn't like missing any crucial deadlines, but yeah, I started looking and I was like, wow, I am not going to actually be able to really finish this in the time frame I need to. So I've been having to try and cram and catch back up on that. Alongside, I'm finally started doing some server upgrades that I've been trying to plan and decide how I wanted to do since back in September. I had the idea, I changed my mind, I changed my mind again, I just kept changing my mind, and I've gone through so many iterations. It took me this long to finally order all the stuff, and I'm upgrading one of my servers and it takes, because the way I'm having to do it is taking several steps through it to do it. So I have to like upgrade, swap out one drive, let it rebuild everything, then swap the next drive, rebuild everything, and that's taking a lot of time. I also had to test all my drives as they came in. You know, you pay for Amazon Prime, it's only 2 days shipping once they ship, is that they say they're going to do. If they take 2 weeks to get around to shipping something, that's not part of the 2-day shipping. That doesn't count. It's not our fault that the seller took that long to get around to shipping. That's what happened. I ordered several 12 terabyte drives for my server upgrade, and they took 2 weeks to ship. And when they shipped, they literally arrived the next day because they shipped from a warehouse that had I known they were going to take 2 weeks to ship just to get around to shipping, I literally could have said, you know what, I'll drive to your warehouse. I can drive out there, pick the drives up, and drive back in less than a day and get this. I didn't need it to take 2 weeks for them to finally decide to ship some drives out that I had already ordered. I'm not happy about that. It took 2 weeks to get them to even try to ship them out, and a day for them to arrive once they shipped. Well, I finally got them. I had to test everything. Now I've actually started swapping the drives in, and I gotta wait for them to, once they swap in, I gotta let them do their thing, rebuild everything, make sure the data is still intact. So I'm cramming in that and trying to get at the same time also through my classwork stuff, because I've got a cybersecurity conference I'm attending in June, towards it's like third weekend in June, I think. So I'm gonna actually, we'll have a Saturday where I won't be streaming because I'll be doing the security conference thing that day. I've got to get my classwork done before that because I don't want to be dealing with that while I'm dealing with classwork still while I'm doing that too. That's how things are going for me. Extra busy right now compared to how I've been. Let's go this way. Kind of gives me, I want to have it, I don't remember if I can actually get to rotate the right way for it, but I would like to have the drill maybe vertical on this. Now, what's the point of rotate yaw? I mean, it's there on the thing. Rotate yaw, except it doesn't actually rotate on this. Like, there's no reason to even have that on here because that's not even a possibility. We can't rotate this. It doesn't work. Okay, I may have to redo that a little differently to accommodate there. Let's see. I know I'm going to need bigger than this. This is still not big enough. Oh, that. Rotate that, y'all. It doesn't show it's rotating anything, but it's in the, secretly it's rotating. It's just the drill doesn't show it's rotating. But this will rotate. I feel like that should be fixed. If it doesn't actually rotate, then it shouldn't even be an option, and it shouldn't actually be controlling the rotation that affects everything else. You're late for this morning stream? Oh, so you overslept, is what she was saying. Go this direction now. I'll keep it around the coal spot. And I can extend this out better. Actually, you know what? I'll go ahead and do this. What I can do is I can take that out and place it somewhere around here to temporarily store the barrel supply, and I can start working on basically just go ahead and relocate the coal. I feel like that's probably the better option, is to start with it, get it fully relocated and rebuilt. That way that production's going, it's back up to full swing, and with that done, I have a splitter that splits the coal, whereas in this one I've got, well, I'm doing power there for that too. I'm gonna need power. I can change this up. So basically, the coal feeding into storage, which feeds in that direction. So that keeps my spot over there stocked, and then splits over into a fuel power distribution section over this way, because it will need more power for this. I will have to actually rethink on this too, because I have one water pump at the moonshine factory, or moonshine production, and it's handling all of the steam production. I think I actually will have enough to keep with just the one water pump for even here, but I'll then have to be able to add more steam production to it as well. I'm not going to go this way. And do like this. It's kind of like I know where it is. But basically, I keep a similar flow. That goes out. Probably do it as a I might just do it right into an autumn elevator so I can bring it up to the right spot. Oh, like, okay. This is where having a easy not necessarily the same thing, but something where we can build like a quick little tower. Like in SAS Factory, you have the little lookout tower. Makes it easy to get up there and view everything from a higher, viewpoint. Easier to see how you're laying things out. Something similar in this would be nice. Alright, so if I keep that, I basically gotta bring it up. And I gotta put it into that splitter. Splitter goes into a new storage, which is going to be leveled out with that. So this storage will have to come out. All right, you know what? Here we go. Here's what we're gonna do. I want to empty this and dump that. Yep. I don't need to actually do anything other than sit here. Okay, so that can go there. I'm ready for us to have a click, like hold something, not just full stack, but send all of the same item over at one time. Option, click and send all stacks of this item. That's going to help so much. Okay, with that. Do I have the supplies for it? I do not. Okay, so if I take that out, okay, and for that to work, I gotta do like this real quick. Taking that. I'm going to break that, break that.
Yep.
I want to build. See where's, okay, so that's, yeah, that's the inflow right there. Okay, yeah. There. Okay. So that. And I'm just gonna link it back to that part. Yeah. Okay. So this will give me that coal continuing to go as I go and turn to rebuild this. Alright, so now I'll cut that, cut that, cut that. Okay. I guess, first things first. Yeah, let's just build out. Kind of. I mean, it should be perfectly lined up with all that. Kind of redo this part. Like that. It should be good enough. Let me start building up. So if I do that, that will help with kind of, you see the minimum height I have to be able to go, so that can feed in. That technically means I could have done all this probably one level higher than I am right now. That feels like I'm getting too close to the ceiling, though, so that's fine. It can just come down like this. So I really only need a 2-lane splitter. Again, this is where it would be nice to have an alignment guide like how we get in Satisfactory, but we don't get that. Let's just see. This, and it's not gonna work without really doing this more and more. Oh, there we go. Okay. Oh, splitter, so I can line it up right. All that just to be able to line it up because, you know, we don't get a good usable alignment grid option in this right now. Alright, so that's going there. Got a little bit of coal came out. That means really now I just need to extend this out. Move the storage back. I'm gonna keep the whole storage aspect just because I like the notion of, in case something breaks, it's not going to shut down all of my production over there as well. Of course, I need some iron ingot. Take all. Okay. This should be so much better on lining stuff up than it is. Alright, that works. Start dumping in this before I get stuck with extra. And I got stuck with extra. Okay. That's fine, because now that has a goofy little twist to it. I might fix that part after all this is done. Okay. yes, the current ladder. Like that. Okay. Technically, nothing is being pumped in right now. That's just, this has a bunch of coal ore in it, so this is not actually doing anything right now. Here's that one. Take those out. That out, that out, that out. Splitter. Yep, all that's gone. Okay. Technically now, I can do this. Yep. Easier from up there. I'll move out and try to line this up. I think I'm gonna end up just moving the ladder to a slightly different spot for me to climb up, but good, go ahead and have all this put in place because, you know, something breaks, helps me get up here and fix things. Oh, I'm low on stone now. Okay. It's good. I won't use up my stone. I got plenty. Once this is done, I can get everything broken down up top, brought down. All the rest of the production is finished. I'm thinking now with this, actually having this done and kind of looking at that, I may build this out further into like a little distribution, coal distribution spot, or actually, you know what? No. I've got that other one that is literally doing nothing but producing right now, so I have coal for, you know, taking to other places. And I got nothing else in that spot. This is good for right here because it's this level. Cave depth covers that and will cover all this. Well, I've got that one. See if I go down this way, it's over in this area. That's doing nothing but producing coal. I might turn that into a full-on just produce coal, but it's a distribution spot to ship coal through my tunnels to all of the production sites, so I at least get to where I don't have to do any coal transporting. Coal is just handled for me. I don't have to worry about it. That will free up some headache. Oops, did not mean to break that one. This. That is... I stacked it, so it should stack correctly. And match up. Yes, it did. Okay. Alright, so... coal is fed up here and then fed here. So this is where I need to start going into splitters. And the way I see it, we've got 3-way splitters now. So I should place them accordingly. And by that I mean for every 3 branches. So we'll start with, here's a water. Actually, you know, I'm gonna have plenty of coal. Let me go and do my calculation on the steam requirement. Make sure I'm not going to need an extra water. And if it's cutting it close, I may go ahead and just build an extra water spot. Just so I can have a nice little water spot. Or extra water pump. Just in case.
Yep.
Yeah, I knew it. I think that might actually hurt me a little bit if I fall from that height. So it's one auto pump produces enough water for 10 auto boilers, which produce, if I remember right, it's 2 boilers per farm plot. Oh wait, no, that's right. I'm not doing steam up there. Because the auto farms don't use steam, they use water. And that was 50 water per farm. So I'm going to need, yeah, I'm going to need a bunch of water spots. Water pumps. I don't even remember how many I did. I feel like it was like 8 and 5. Or 3 and 5. Oh. The wood is the easy part down there. I just throw in the drill and an elevator, and it brings up the barrels. That will produce the barrels for that. See, like there goes moonshine. These, I'm not so concerned with this on the steam. The steam seems like I should be fine on it. It's this jumbled mess I want to clean up. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 water pumps, and then 1 steam. Was there another steamer over here? No, distribution. So literally have enough with 1 steam, 1 boiler to produce all the steam I need. So I'm going to do 2 boilers. Just to make sure I got plenty of steam. And then 3, 4, 5 of those. And this is 50 water each. So I have 2, 3. And 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. 7, 8. Okay, so we got 8. Okay, so that 8 makes me think what it was is, yeah, 3 and 5. So I need 8 for producing those. That's 4 water pumps. The 5th water pump will provide all the steam and can produce up to 10 boilers. So, or yeah, 10 boilers. So I'd have enough water for all of these plus the steam. Plus, actually, that gives me, if I do 5 pumps like I've got here, that's 4 for the main things here, and half of 1 for the extra farm to produce the barley for my bread. So I'm using 4.5, and then all the extra steam too. So I need to do 6 water pumps, and that's. Wait, no, I'm thinking. All right, so 6 water pumps. That provides more than enough for extra boilers. Technically, I could do 5 boilers and still have enough. But, I mean, you know, I'm really only going to use this to power this setup and then the base right here. And I might need to expand more power here, which would mean more coal usage here. We'll just do 5 water pumps. And they'll give me extra boilers. So iron plates, copper, ironwork. And I guess I'll go ahead and take extra wood. That. Let's just do the 5 and just realized, of course, unlike every other game out there, your toolbar is completely separated, so items don't automatically stack to the toolbar, even if they match. You have to manually drag them to the toolbar. That's still for, okay, I've used up not even the amount of coal that was in there left over, so I am fine. I've got time for this. So we're gonna start the power setup here. Yeah. And I guess use the crummy. That doesn't really help, does it? It's not exactly leveling at the base of it. Do it like that. Or I was thinking I should have built out more.
Yep. What? Yep.
What? It's that stupid. For some reason, when you look at this right here, and then you come here, you know, it's fine. But when you do like this and you don't see it targeting anything, it's like, oh, you're looking too far away. And you come here, there's that split second, and sometimes it's longer than others, where it doesn't recognize it's able to build there. Even though it's perfectly fine with building there, it just takes a second for the game to catch up and say, oh, actually, that's okay. And sometimes in that second, you're moving quickly, you might try to place something down and then find out, oh, I placed it down, but didn't actually place down because, well, you know, it's just not registering that it's actually buildable yet. I think that's the right lineup. Yes. Okay. So 5 water pumps, and then we'll have steam from there. This, I may build the drill going this way and come up over here. Alright, so we got that, and then the lovely boiler. Again, this should be like a SAS factory where there's suddenly a big thing that's like, oh, hey, you're lined up. And that is not lined up. Okay, that's lined up. So there we go, 2 boilers. And those. Now the fun splitter, which fortunately does not seem to have the same drawback as the mergers right now. So I'm gonna do it like this, where it splits from here. So right side goes in, left side or straight goes there, and then this side goes in this way. And we're just gonna have a little bit of a, you know, it's not gonna be a straight through. I could do it where it has like this nice fancy straight through. Oh, don't have enough ingots. Okay. But, you know, it'll basically be hop out, go in. Hop out, go in. Yes, technically, I could come here and do a splitter that splits into top and bottom. So I could move it over. 1, 2, and 3. Oh, no, that doesn't really... This is where Satisfactory you're worried about flow rate. Kind of trying to decide what might actually be the best here. Jenny, you got suggestions?
Yep.
On my arrangement of splitters and conveyors there. Copper and iron ingots. That's another reason I would split things off and have the ingots being delivered directly here and having the production managed here for them, because then you could have the ingots come in and have a small storage where your ingots go independently, so you still have the ingots, copper and iron, or gold and silver ingots here, and then the manufactured goods using those over here. Yeah. Good luck. They're tricky. Yeah, it is tricky. This is not as well established in its options as Satisfactory. You know, trying to stick with it being a dwarven style as opposed to the high-tech of Satisfactory does limit us a bit. They have gotten better with the Anvil update, but it's still not great. So I'm trying to think in terms of flow and potential problems. I really want to avoid using the two-way splitter right now because that seems to have some issues from the update. Won't in the future, but it has issues right now. I can even see. You know, like I get lined up, and then I gotta be able to see what I'm actually lining it up with on the other side. That's why a visual, like a little tower to look down would help, but also a proper guide system instead of the goofy grid system we have. Okay, that works, and that should give me room to expand out later. So, not gonna be the prettiest. So in this case, straight mode actually worked, even though it's going technically through that container. All right, so this goes here, and this goes here, like that. Yeah. And then I take this, and it changed to here, and then repeat. It keeps it compact. It's just not the best in terms of flow. But really, once this gets going, it's going to fill up on everything, and I'm not going to have to worry about it. You know, there'll be an uneven distribution at the beginning, and I may have to just dump some stacks of coal in there. But once this really gets moving, it's going to keep these steadily supplied.
Yep.
All right, so there's that. I think I'm going to do an under piping setup. Instead of piping like this up top, have everything running underneath. So I may have to build like an extra little under level where I just walk along. Ah. Wrong buttons.
What? Yep. Yep. Yep.
Really, all this is going to be the water And then I got to obviously have some water the not splitters, they're kind of like, they're splitters and mergers. It's a water splitter. But technically you can have it where I think it's just the amount of water total capacity. YouTube having a stroke? Like, how is that YouTube having a stroke? Beyond the normal strokiness. I've noticed the video recommendations, at least for me, I've gotten exceptionally awful in the last couple of weeks with YouTube. Okay, that gets me through there. Looked like you were spamming. Ah, you dirty spammer. I didn't see it. It didn't show spamming on this end. I guess on your side it was looking like you just kept posting. But it didn't really show up on this side like that. I'm still doing perfectly fine on the coal for that. Yeah, this won't be an issue. Now it's just deciding how I want to do this. So if I treat it like, here's where I come up, so this is my walking path. I guess I could do the piping up top, but you know, it gets into that whole thing of I can't walk around. So I think, let me take a look here. Oh yeah, that's open underneath, so we'll do the simpler approach. Like that. Take that out. And we'll do it like this. Yeah. Gotta double check on these. They like to stack on top of each other. And I can just do this. Technically, this would be a good spot, I guess, for doing some using wood as well, just to differentiate it a little bit. Well, I think I'll wait until I actually get the build out done. But okay, so I know I'm going to be using 8 for the moonshine in terms of the auto farms, and I'm gonna have an extra one that's gonna be for producing food, which right now we don't have an auto cooking. We got the brewing, the auto brewery machine, but we don't have an auto cooking thing, so we can't mass produce our bread, which would be the next thing. So I'd have to have cooking cauldrons. Well, I do have that one there, and I've got the 2 up there. I feel like that's something I might throw in, like, right along here or along here. Just something that kind of, you know, centers around this. I'm right here next to the coal, so I can grab the coal and just kind of, you know, be like, I'm just going to grab the whole, grab a bunch of the barley and bring it over here. So I do need also an auto market. I need it to be selling the moonshine and the barrel overflow. I can, oh, you know, the whole fact of, let me see, you know, I got bread. That's 20 for that versus, why I can't drag. What? Shift, click. Okay. 4 for that versus 20 for the bread. So, yeah. Instead of using the coal for that, that would be cheaper. And I think, I can't remember what the barley is, but I bet the barley is still not as much as the bread combined value. So, I'm kind of thinking, all right, there's the market. Can I actually make the market right now? Yes. So we'll do it like this because it's going to be as you come up. Like that. So you're going to come up here. You know, say hi to the guy. And we'll have 2 inputs. The finished moonshine and the extra wood. So if I come up here like this and I want a walking path, I'm thinking if I do the farms maybe kind of like right here. Farms here, conveyor going, I may have to build this out further, but I do the farms here where they're focusing this way. The conveyors feed in this direction, combining together, and I may stack the farms the same way I just did up top. They go that way, combining everything together into then the automated brewing thing. The brewing thing takes care of it there, pumps into the other brewing machine that takes the barrels, so I need the barrels to come in somewhere. I need the barrel maker. Yeah. And that's skinny. So literally I could have that crammed in here. I could basically do the drill where the drill funnels along. We might actually use the stackable belt stand. It rotates that way, rotate the airways. May set it up where the belts go, like I feed it under and then into a elevator. It comes up, goes into the barrel maker. Barrel maker goes right alongside the brewer that goes into the other brewer, which then feeds into there, and the barrels will be, you know, a splitter off of that, I think. But yeah, I may have to do that whole part and then kind of build the farms in from there. Sleep is overrated. Yeah, you sleep later in life. Sleep when you're dead. Is that what they say? Alright, yeah. I think it's time to start ripping some stuff out from up top. Or I guess I don't have to rip it out. I could just do it. You know, I know I can make that. Let's just go ahead and make what I know I can build. So it's waiting. And then I'll figure out how I want to lay it out. Like that. That will take care of the barrels. Obviously, you didn't need a constructor just for that part, so it made sense to have a specialty item for that. Brewer. We'll need copper plates. Okay, so this is where, yeah, we'll need 2 brewing machines right here. 1 to brew moonshine, and then 1 to combine the barrels with the moonshine to make the barrel of moonshine. And that takes care of that whole thing. Then it's the 10 farms, or not 10, 8 farms plus 1, so 9 farms. 3 barley, 5 berry, and then an extra barley for bread production. So the extra barley farm I may put over to the side and have into its own little separate storage. You know what? I don't remember anything else in it, but let's go ahead and take some iron plates for it. 5:30 to 6? Oh. Ugh. Yeah, I couldn't do that. I mean, I'm assuming you mean you get between 5:30 and 6 on the weekends. Like my internal clock at least lets me sleep a little bit on the weekends. I'm usually up at like 6:40, 6:50 range during the week. And weekends, I might get 7:30 typically. It depends when I go to bed. Last night, saw a band play, and so it was like 2 when I went to bed. So I did oversleep a little bit because I didn't have anything I had to do by a certain time this morning. And then I had to go get Timmy his refill of his guard medicine, whatever it's called. You know, flea, tick, all the stuff, keep them free from getting bit, getting heartworms. Had to go get that. So I spent a bunch of money on him. And didn't even get a thank you from him for it. So hurt. All right. Since this is not going to be, I'm not going to be actually producing that many barrels, or not needing to produce that many barrels in the end. I don't even need to have a storage for it. I just need the barrels to constantly flow. And once it gets into this one, it will slowly fill up until it either is, because it'll be waiting on this. It'll fill up to 100, and then the overflow will go through the other path on the splitter into the sell point. So, yeah, I don't need that. You know what? If it runs out up top, that is fine. I'm gonna do this. Oh. Not that. Not that. There we go. There goes that. Take those. Sell all that. Take this. Destroy. Okay, so now let's get this kind of lined up here. Guess about right there. And this is gonna have to come out. Some spots I like the aspect of keeping it because it looks like it's an anchor point, you know, for my stuff to be mounted to it, but that's just in the way. We'll have that going there. This will be producing the barrels. And so what I need from that point is a splitter. Just gonna take the barrels. This will actually like work. That works. So that will take the barrels there, and this will take the barrels here. You know, just to make it look a little bit nicer. Oh, nope, that did not look nicer. Let's do it that way. Okay. So that is where I need the wood to feed up. Not exactly the best alignment for that. Great, so I'm gonna bring that. Oh wait, no. The machine there, yep, barrel. I'm gonna line it up like that. The way I have those, that might work better. We're gonna do the straight mode. Okay, I guess we're gonna use the straight mode on that. Then gives me this. Oh yeah, and I can't do the input. I have to do the outflow only. That's the only option for doing that sort of thing, which is dumb logic. Like, why can I not choose the like, oh, this is the input, why can I not go backwards? You know, they've got something wrong in their logic on that as well, where I guess the pathing for the items only calculates in the forward direction. You can't build in reverse as far as your connections. You have to connect from output to input. Can't go the other way. Satisfactory, you can go the other direction, and it works so much better. So I'm hoping they change that, because otherwise I feel like that's going to just really hurt the popularity of the game when it becomes frustrating that you have to go in only one direction in terms of your building. Let's see if I can do it like this. So assume I've got one right here. Actually, like this. If I do the belt stand like that, well, not quite that close. If I do stand like that. Again, the grid system is not good in this. Okay. We need better. So there's that. So basically, again, you know what? Let's just take these out. Let's just see if I can build off of this. No, because it's not an in or out direction. So that doesn't work. Yeah, they've made this way more difficult than they should have for that part. Okay, so wood will come up here. Do that. You know, right there. And then this is going to be what feeds into that part. So this is the barrels.
Yep.
Yeah. Or moonshine. So this is where all the actual berries and the barley comes in. And for that, really, I don't need anything more complicated than a two-way splitter, because I can set it a little bit further back than that. I can set it up so it can filter one item to one side. So the filter item will be I think, where's the barley? There, barley. Okay, so filter item. I don't know why that should affect like scrolling through my items while I'm in a menu, but it does. So the filter item, barley will go to the right. That means berries will go to the left. I don't have to worry about anything else except the steam. I need to get a belt stand down there. I think how I want to do this. I see that there. I can do it as a wall type overhang. All right, let's there we go. That problem there is the snapping is in the middle, not at the end. Not sure the point of having that functionality for this, if it just is not actually going to snap, like adjust the snapping. Like, what's the point there? It doesn't adjust the snapping on the edge. It just snaps to based on the middle. So I kind of have to do it like this is what I think we'll have to do. And it's still a problem there because it's rotating around the center of it, so I can't snap it based on the actual side. So I have to do it like this. This is just stupid. Okay, so not the way I wanted to do it. Shouldn't have to do it that way, but it is mounted there. So if I do a belt stand and let me make, oh, and I probably need to do that over here actually. So basically I want to do it as a wall that I can attach to where it will give me the appropriate placement for that. Do it. You know what? Let's just try it right here. Oh, so that has got the overlap off. Now, fine. All right, so that lets me snap this. Yes? No, does not. Great. Okay. And this should actually be able to hang underneath. Oh, that's the underneath one? That doesn't look right. That looks like it would be too close to the ceiling. Alright, we'll go that way. And it wouldn't be a problem if I could target from the other direction with these, but you can't. Okay, so we got that point there. Can I get it to just... You know what? That's how I'm going to have to do it. I'll have to do it like this. We'll have to basically come to here, do that, and then do this, which is not going to work because that's too high. Yeah, we should be able to target from the other direction. Give myself a place to jump down real quick.
Yep.
What if I just do this? It's gonna... You know what? That is gonna look stupid. Because it is stupid. But I'm just gonna do it like this. Right here. To the edge. Absolutely should not have to do it this way. But there we go. It's an opening that lets me get through where I need it to go, and done. Yeah, the logistics needs huge amounts of work still on this to get to a good standpoint. Just, it is way immature right now. Okay. So I need steam ultimately to go over there to the drill. Really, I could go ahead and kind of start this part. I don't remember how well it will work if I combine all the water. You know what? Really? Here's the water pump that is closest to these. This is what's going to actually funnel these. So I'll just do the splitter right here for this water pump. And this will also pump into the extra farm that's just for the brewing. Okay. And now I'm going to need, basically the way I'm going to do this is I'm going to have a splitter that, you know, as far as I'm aware, it still works correctly like this with the update. I should be able to actually merge these if I can target. Okay. I mean, that's outflow. That's outflow. Why can I not target the outflow except for a tiny little area? Alright, so here's what I'm gonna do. God, this is awful. This really is awful right now. Don't target what you're actually wanting to target. Target away from it is the solution for the game. Where is that stupid connector on it? What? There we go. Okay.
Yep.
That gives me steam and water right now. I go ahead and throw a stack in here and a stack in here. That should start producing the drill, which, yes, there we go. We've got stuff flowing. That's going to start distributing. These water pumps are going to pump water. They just have it going nowhere. But it's ready. The power is started. I just have to do the actual powering of all the stupid connectors. Okay, so that is the splitter. I just basically have to merge all of the barley and berries production into there. Make sure, yep, that's filling up, right? Yep. That's going there. So this is good. I can leave and go check on the upstairs stuff. And I still gotta think on how I want to do the actual farms. I'm not gonna check upstairs. Let's just go ahead and do the farms. I can build them with the supplies, and then I'll just restock from everything up there. Auto farm, wood, copper pipe work, and iron cog. I'm doing 9, so I need 90. I'm also gonna need a bunch of pipe work for piping and everything. So I'll just go ahead and grab all the extra I can. I'm actually doing good on the stone. Let me toss a couple of those in. And I'm just pulling in a bunch of wood. I actually got the wood underneath. I don't need to, I can still go harvest from that. So since I'm not really using wood, we'll just clear that out. I might need to go check my emerald and everything, make sure I'm not out, because I'm not gaining a lot of money now. I think something else has gotten broken. Wait. Yeah, I'm just gonna do this. I still don't get how this gets as much storage space as one of those big containers, but it does. I have no idea how that is supposed to even remotely work. That one little chest stores as much as the big auto storage things that you connect with the conveyors. Apparently we're very efficient at packing stuff into a small chest, but when it comes to the big storage containers, the bulk containers, it just kind of gets jumbled in there so badly that we're wasting a lot of space. That's the only explanation I can come up with, because it doesn't make sense something more than 10 times physical size holds the same amount of storage. I'm not saying take the storage capacity of the chest away. We need personal storage space like that. It just seems like the big, massive double storage auto container should hold a lot more than it does. The single storage container should hold a lot more than it does, for that matter. Yeah, I think this will be the next thing. And we'll get this done. We'll come out here and we're going to start rebuilding this. Because I've got a big infinite deposit of ruby over there. I don't need this deposit. We'll just build a whole new setup here into a big, massive coal distribution spot. All coal. New conveyor setup. Oh, there it is. It broke. This is what I'm talking about. So you see here, the steam and water has shut off because the splitter, and there is no filtering on this, has stopped pushing items out that side. If I simply break that and reconnect, it immediately starts flowing and fixes it. That's been happening. I didn't check this coal spot. I checked the other one. The other one was working fine, but this one broke this time. That is constant. Every time I have been, since the Anvil update, every time I start the game, I have to basically go and do a round to check everything at all of my spots to make sure nothing like that is broken. And that's probably why I'm not making a lot of money. Something else is broken somewhere. And it seems to be coal. That's the problem. It's not the other stuff. The splitters work with the other things. It's the coal that is the problem, where it seems to want to just break every other time, I would say, at least. Well, yeah, I said, I think earlier 8 out of 10 is probably roughly right. So yeah, 4 out of 5. My first few minutes of any time I've been playing since the Anvil update is do a full circuit to check everything and make sure nothing is borked. And most of the time, at least 2 spots have something borked, and I have to fix them. And it's the splitters. It's the old splitters, not the new. Well, the new merger, we already know about that over here. We figured that out last time. It's still a problem. That's in their code logic on how they handle it. But yeah, something with coal and the old 2-way splitter seems to be an issue at some of these spots. Top that off. And while I am here, do maintenance on this. Get this working correctly. Take, and take. Alright, so I'm gonna do much. Basically, this is constantly funneling now, if you didn't see last time. And what happens is the splitters, or the mergers now, do a round robin. Where it's basically, here's your input. And then you have output 1, output 2, output 3. And they have to go in that sequence. So, or no, sorry, merger. I'm thinking split. Merger. The merger, you have 3 inputs, 1, 2, 3, and output. Input 1 has to get an item. Then it rolls to input 2. Then it rolls to input 3. And then it goes back to input 1. If you have an item on input 3 or input 2, but you haven't, you're out of sequence on it, it messes up. It doesn't work. To keep this steadily flowing, I have to have items coming from these, because it's going 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And what happens is when these run out, 3 piles up because of those, and basically I get an item here, I get one here, and then the third one can push through, and so I just get a big overflow there. It's a mess. There's no excuse for that. That should not have been done. That's not a logical approach to it. Here, they messed up, or they thought their logic through poorly. You shouldn't have it requiring input 1 has to get an item before input 2 can be triggered by an item. And then for input 3 to be triggered by an item, you have to have an item pass through input 2. So that's still a problem until they fix it. Obviously, they didn't do a hot fix for that. Since apparently my grass came back, they must have done a hot fix, because terrain generation fixed itself. Okay, I see that going, so that means that's not stuck. The emerald was not stuck, it was just going slow because of the logic flaw within the way it's handled. So that's another copper spot. Got that emerald spot. And it's got the other direction, I've got coal. I haven't done the coal yet. And that's one thing I do want to do. Oh, not coal, gold. I got a gold spot I haven't done yet. And I am out of gold at that other location. That little 10,000 deposit ran out. And I got this ruby I haven't done anything with. So I think after I get this brewing done, I want to work on a big, massive coal production so I can then have it be like conveyors coming across there to here, feeding coal to this spot. And then a conveyor that feeds to the other spots. You know, I was honestly thinking of doing it as like a rail network. I'm not sure how that's going to work compared to Satisfactory's train setup. May have to set one up and test it out just to see, because my Satisfactory, you have in and out settings for your train stations, and you can have blanks. So let's say, like in my previous save before full release on Satisfactory, I had my main train station where everything came in, it was a deposit. It would leave, go to a copper specific production site, and it had a certain car there that it would load up and then move on. And then the next station had a blank in that spot where that car went, and it would load up the next car. Actually, the next 2 cars, it was my bot site location, and then it had blanks for the remaining cars. So it was basically, I had this long train that went through, and it just, each spot, it would load certain cars in the train, and then it would go through the end of the circuit, come back to my main base, my main facility, and dump everything in, which went into a big, massive item sorting setup using smart splitters. And it was a lot of work setting it up, and it took a lot of thinking and retrying. It was a major pain. I'm not looking forward to doing that sort of thing again. But what I could do with the other coal spot, depending on how the railway car station works with this, the minecarts, is either have to do the same thing. We have splitters that go into multiple cart spots at the coal spot, and then each one is basically a train car. Or does it go drop off as much as it can, because this is a receiving spot. Oh, you're full? Let me go to the next one, drop off the rest there. Okay, go to the next one, drop off the rest there. Because I could do that, or I could make a big circuit and have the coal just constantly going through, topping everything off. We'll test that, but yeah, I'm gonna build that big coal spot up after this. I'll do this. So I want to keep it where I can see it. I kind of like the aspect of being able to visually look at that one. Get to snap, right? I guess that's gonna work, maybe. Nope, there we go. That's all right. Now snapping of those is kind of painful. Or that, yeah, I didn't even think about the fact that that is basically that. I have to do it like that. So that, this is not even a proper alignment for these. Oh. Yeah. It's that stage of the development where things just are not matched up correctly. Let's see if I can make this. Nope. Okay, so that's the same thing. It's just not going to match correctly. I'm going to have a little gap if I can get it to place. There we go. Very picky on snapping, targeting in this game. More than I've seen in a game in a while. Okay. I can't fall in. It gives me a way to view that. Okay, so now I got my path there. I got this. I'm gonna basically this is where the logic comes back in. I need this here, and I need a merger at the end. It's where it really should be able to build in reverse. You know, input to output instead of output to input only. Because I could build this in reverse and make it work so well, but having to build it with only one direction option is not going to work as smoothly. So if I keep it around this, I want to have some free space. Maybe I'll just do it where I keep this open. I could do that. I do want to have one one farm going into a storage for the barley right here. I could actually do that right here, and then I'm just going to expand out a little bit more here, and this will be where all the other farms go. Now, kind of makes the platform bigger, but it'll give me a little bit more room to work. And hey, I got tons of stone. Guarantee if I go right now, that stone production site is full again. I'm just sitting there patiently waiting for me to come and clear it out, so it can fill up again very quickly. Stone is no longer an issue. And I just remembered, I've got to also have the wood going into a small storage here as well. That was the other point, was to have the wood going into a small storage spot. Okay. I'll have to do something different here. Okay, so I basically need a splitter down there. That's what I'm gonna do. I want to have a splitter that splits to two conveyors that come up instead of having to, well, so I could try to do a splitter on the upper level. Same idea, just have the splitter come in and split to these. It's just there's more, you know, be a little bit more compact down there. I'll do it like this. Keeps it from being too close to that. Goes there. Goes there. That gives me wood and the production I need for or wood for me to turn around and be like, hey, I can make this, and or yeah, I got wood production that I don't have, like the stone production. I can go get all the wood I need for when I need to build something using wood. I'm thinking somewhere around, just gonna put that there so I can see.
Yep. Yep.
There, that's the spot I'm looking for. Okay, so if I do this, give myself a little bit of room to move and look. Okay, so that's almost lined up right. I'll do this right here, and that goes up to that side, goes up there. That lets me put this and this. Oh, and that's clear right there too. That's good. Okay, so now that's one more steam spot I have to worry about. In the end, put some steam there as I do all my other steam work here. And yeah, wood goes in, produces the barrels, and gives me a stockpile here. And then the barrels come out. Did I do this right? That's the barrel make. Oh, I messed that up. Oh, I messed that up. Oh, no. Alright, hang on. I messed up. I put the barrel maker too far forward when I redid it. Barrel maker is gonna feed in there. That's not working. Okay. Yes. I need the barrel maker to split. It's supposed to be a splitter there, and I did the barrel maker, so to do that. Okay, so that's the splitter. That's the splitter. Goes to here. That. Okay, that's the splitter. It's gonna feed into the barrel. So I need the barrel maker. This is where building in reverse would have saved me so much trouble and headache. I'm gonna have to redo that drill and point it a different way. Okay, so wood. Again. Okay. Barrel maker. Well, I'm trying to do it in reverse, but I'm also have to think about the connection in a direct format. So there is my wood storage. So again, I need a splitter here as well to split to the barrel maker. I'm gonna have to get a very specific spot to target it. And that, okay. And that's where the wood needs to come up now. I think I can still get this to work almost the same. Let me just double check my logic here.
Yep.
Barrel maker splits into... wait, did it again? Did I? Yep, I did again.
Yep.
This is why so much easier to do this in Satisfactory. You can build in reverse, connect in reverse. Okay, so splitter to feed barrels, which is where this needs the barrel maker. If I can get it to overlap. We're putting on the overlap because, well, actually I can just do it like that. That out. Again. No, I was doing it right. I was thinking... Wait, no, I'm thinking wrong again. Okay, yeah, barrel maker. I just need the barrel maker here because that's where... Or I got the split for that. I don't need to back up storage of barrels, so... Barrel maker into the splitter, or, yeah, barrels go into here and overflow into here. So I'll be making money from the barrels. Then I need the splitter here for wood to go in to the barrel maker and into my storage over here, so I have spare wood storage. Okay, so that gives me extra wood. I can come grab it what I need for building. The wood funnels into the barrel maker as well. Barrel maker goes into the splitter. Splitter goes into that for the moonshine barrels and the overflow there. Now I think I have it done. And now I gotta fix the drill output. That's good. That is full all the way around. Yes. Yep. So power is not a problem. That needs to rotate. Yeah, I don't care about the overlap on that at this point. Alright. Okay, so if I do... Actually, if I do it like here, because of that, can I pipe it there and then up? Yes. It's probably a very ugly turn, but it works. I believe. And really, if I wanted to, yes, it's an ugly, ugly turn right there. Yeah, no, we're gonna have to do it like that underneath. Actually, it still sticks up more than I would like, but that'll help me see where I want to put it. Yeah, put it there. Just make sure it actually seats under. And then that. Boom. Okay. Clean up my little pathway. Now all I should have to do is put in power, the steam. Once I do the framework for that. And that's wood. Oh wow, it didn't even connect to it. It just decided to place it on the, just sitting there. Alright. Wood comes up here, goes in that, splits between those. That is finally, I think, good now. Alright, so now back to the idea of the farm. Which I'm gonna do an auto farm over here like that. Yeah. Throw. You know what? Here. Easier way. So just put back here a little bit, gives me some room. Build a whole bunch of cauldrons. At least why. Make sure this goes where I need it to. Oh yeah, plenty of room. I'll put like right here. Oh yeah, that's good. Right there. Actually, bring it over. 'Cause that is lined up on the middle. There. Lined up with that. Sticks out just that tad little bit. And that, this can actually come over a little bit more. There. So, barley, which is all this will do, is barley. Into here, which I come here, grab the barley, and load up some cauldrons. I've got coal right there, which means I keep the cauldron stocked. It uses very little coal for each batch of barley to make bread. Makes it, I can just mass produce bread. They'll give me something to sell. Plus I can eat the bread. I can make sandwiches with the bread. It gives me some options there. So now, finally, the actual barley and berry production for moonshine. I need 8 farms. So if I do it like here, very back edge, like that, that gives me a tiny bit of room for mergers in the front. If I do 4 across, let's just see how much I can actually get in with this. You know, let's just, if I line it up, same on each spot, like this. And of course, I'm low on wood now. Still like the idea of stacking them because that gives me all 8 in one spot. After this, I will not need this. That's 3 berry, 5 barley to make enough of that. Yeah, I could do a lot more. I could build way out and just deck this out in terms of farms, try to maximize the production. It's not making a lot of money. It's just for the idea of saying I have one. Also would mean a lot more water production. Yeah, there goes that. That's, see if I got the room for it. No, I don't have enough room to do that. But if I scoot it down by an extra, well, if I line them up right, that would also help. Let's see. If I scoot it down, if I do 5 here, not because I need 5, but because I want to take this out, that gives me a spot here for just dealing with mergers and freeing it up to this. I just need a single conveyor going in. It's kind of where I'm a little bit worried. I know it should work a certain way. It just does not work a certain way right now. I have a feeling this is going to be a problem where things are going to get hosed up because of the... If I do a 3-way merger here, I'm going to stick with the 2 ways because those actually work like they're supposed to at the moment. Other than the apparently coal causing certain splitters to foul up. And at this point, I've replaced all of those here. So if it is a build configuration issue, something with the like the change to the anvil update, that means this won't break again because I've rebuilt it. If it breaks again, then it's a logic issue of something in the update. I have to do too high. I think I had to do too high on the other one just because of that kind of, well, let's see. If I do that, that's the only thing that's going to stick out. So, oh, and that is not what I wanted. I guess I could do it that way. Just try it. Technically, I mean, yeah, the overlap is kind of the problem there. All right, let's take this out. And instead of doing it there, do it up 1 intentionally this time. And that gives me enough clearance to get over top of those. Simple. Not worried about the actual conveyor point. I'm worried about the clearance on the physical ones. The look here. I'll get this done. If I have to, I'll move it up another level, but I think I can get away with it without doing that. If I do it like at this point, I shouldn't actually need to use any item elevators. Should be able to do this without, because they'll be so close together. And of course, now I gotta climb back up. Okay, that should be right. So it should be that pair. Kind of going, I'm using the grid of the actual floor to gauge this rather than the grid mechanic, because that's easier. Okay, lined up. I feel like that's similar to how I did it. The air spot. I'll get the conveyors all put together, and then I'll configure which ones get what. I feel like the water and steam is like the least concern now of this. It's like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna build it underneath, slap the splitters up, start connecting things, and that's all I gotta do for that. This, I've got to actually logically deal with it. So problem is the 3-way merger does not work correctly at the moment. It'll be fixed in the future, but at the moment it does not work. It causes problems because they didn't actually do the logic right. So I'm going to do this as same way I did up top. I'm going to do this stacking, but now we actually can stack them correctly. Well, let me rephrase that. We can stack them correctly. However, there's a problem. The snap point for it to stack does not work without having a, oh, that doesn't stack. Let's just see if this will stack correct. Okay, so the new ones stack, which means these need a redesign because that one does not stack unless you turn off the overlap. Yeah, that's a problem. Actually, I don't need one there. Well, maybe I do.
Yep.
Oh, if I double this, what I can do is I can have merger goes into the left, and then that goes into right. Same thing on top. So at the end, I will need another merger. One more. Yeah, okay, that's going to be the simplest way. And these I know work logically. Okay, that should be the right spot. Let me just make sure. No conveyor goofiness. That goes there. And then that one go there. This will go here. And this will go here. That's the merger into a splitter, which filters. Boom. Okay. Should be able to do this with three-way mergers in the future and be able to do this maybe a little bit cleaner. But right now, again, the logic on how they work is incorrect. It's flawed. So you're going to run into problems. It's going to end up being the case. Something will get stuck. Actually, I don't even need that there. Because these are just going to go into the left side. And I am just making it so difficult for me to walk through here. And yeah, gotta do these. Or that one. Got that done. Okay. So all that's done. That should be the outflow taken care of. I'm going to do... Let me double check. I would say it was 3 barley, 5 berries. But I'm not 100%. 3 barley, 5 berry. So I'll just... You know what? We'll just start at the end over here. If I can get through. I can. 1. Yeah, the kind of the design. It's one of those things, you know, the design looks a certain way, but it interacts a different way. Like the large deposits look a certain way, but they actually interact a different way. You know, same thing in Planet Crafter. There's parts of the terrain that looks visually a specific way, but when you try to walk on it, you actually walk inside of it because it's not actually... It's rendering a visual that doesn't reflect the physical generation. In this case, we've got the same thing here. It causes this weird... It's like they've used a new design, but they didn't remap the physical aspect to the new design. Okay, so that's barley. That's 4 berry up top, 1 berry on the bottom, 3 barley on the bottom to make the moonshine. Now I need water to all of those. I need steam over here to these. 10 steam, 10 steam. Which means that's 10 steam. That's 30 steam in the production line. Plus, I've got that yeah, technically I could have done 1 steam spot and been done. But I went ahead and did 2. Because the water, you know, I could cover enough water with that. I gotta do enough water. I want to do the steam first. And this is all gonna go underneath, is my plan here. Just easier. Kind of create like a little underside setup for all of this. Except I can't walk forward under that because it's a collision. Okay, you know what, let me just... I can go get some more stone first. I can just find a way down there at the back and know what I'm doing. Also, let's get lighting kind of going here. I don't want underhanging lighting. I think I'm just going to stick with not the fancy that. So I got coal ore. I don't have stone. This stuff takes up too much room. I'm just going to stick with this basic torch stand. It's cheap. It uses very minimal space. Plenty of light. I can just build those and be good. I'll just take all and do that. That is much bigger than it used to be. But when this is done, I can rip the entire upstairs area out. I'll let it go for now just till it runs out of everything. The barrels and all that, just continue making me some more and I can rip everything out that I need from it. But, you know, let's get some torches going now because I am really getting annoyed with the, eye adjustment effect where it makes you like wait while your eyes adjust from, oh yeah, it was dark, now it's bright, now it's dark again. You gotta let your eyes adjust visually. That headlamp just causes more problems than it helps to me. It is just way too problematic to use it most of the time. Go. I'll get around on each side. I'm going to do one on each of these, which should cover enough lighting for upstairs. But you know what? It's fine. Let's see. Yep, I can see everything.
Yep.
Do this.
Yep. Yep.
There we go. All right, so now that'll bleed through underneath too. So back to this. Here. Okay. So this is where that's at. Actually, I might want the lamp in this situation. Yeah. Underside. Like that. So that is distributing to here. And I should have kept the stairs. Oh, did it? Also, we should have independent rotation for items. They shouldn't be tied together. Let's see. There's water feeding into that to feed those. And you know what? I will feed. If I remember where everything is. That's why I feel, you know, on other games like Loft, we have a favorites menu thing we can do. Be great to have that where you can select certain things. This is your favorites, you know, so when you're building, you go to your favorites right here at the leftmost or the rightmost. Put these in your favorites, maybe like a simple middle click to add it or remove it from favorites. And you can build out, this is everything I'm going to be using in this build. So you can have a favorites thing where you just go there. Think like the hotkey bars in Sash Factory. You can build. There's so many different variations you can build. So you can say, here's mine. That's all my conveyor stuff and the elevators. Here's the power stuff. Or you're gonna take, switch to a new bar and build it out for all the items you need for a certain build, then switch to the next bar and finish building it out. So you can basically, it's favorites. We need something like that in this. We need like a favorites thing either on the right or left. You go through, middle click, it triggers as a favorite, and now I can just literally go to my favorites thing and just select everything I need right from there, because I've already labeled them as favorites. It would just make it so much easier instead of having to jump between the menus all the time. I really would. Just go through, choose what you need, add it to your favorites. Boom. You got all your stuff. You can now just build freely. You're not wasting time going back and forth doing that.
Yep. Oh, yep. Yep.
Alright, gotta figure out
Yep.
where I'm gonna do this.
Yep. Oh. Yep. There. Yep.
I think it's still a case of the flow in the pipes. It's like the total combined amount of what you're using, not, okay, it splits into 4, but I can merge 3 in there and have it split off as 1. So if I did it like, do it right there for a moment. I can get down, below, just go around. Alright, so if I take that and I, instead of stacking it, like that, oh, could do it that way. That way it's like, yeah, it's underneath, it's kind of mounted in there. That can work. I hope. I can take 3 pipes into it and combine it with the next one and then the next one, and I can't stand on those because there's no pipes. Yeah, if I do this into here, just have to do it like that. The new, straight build part that just is causing problems. Really is. Stop trying to snap at the wrong stupid spot. Ah. Okay, default won't work, but straight build will work, and it goes straight through it anyway. That makes no sense. It's not very good. And that's a problem. Getting that, Alright, so that's those. That is going here. Which, oh yeah, that's feeding into that. So let's just do it like this. That one and that one. And this feed, well, no, that don't work. 'Cause that uses up all my stuff. Oh. Yeah, this is the much more frustrating part of the logic. Trying to make this work correctly. Alright. I am I'm gonna try something. I don't think I've tried this yet. Nope, you can't rotate the yaw on it. Oh, I thought I would try rotating it upside down and have it sitting there. It doesn't work, so I'll just do this for right now so I can see at least something. It's taking a lot more effort than I thought it would.
Yep.
I mean, it's got a nice glow and look to everything now. I just gotta get it basically wired up. Satisfactory, this part is not as complicated. The electrical wiring is the easier part, generally. You have total power. You have your, you know, if you go over that, you break your trips. You know, you have your power poles, connectors that have so many connections. And you're easily able to mount them a lot of different places. It just makes it easier to kind of streamline that stuff. Here, you know, I'm thinking it should work, but I'm afraid if I tie it together, it's not going to flow the same as it's like it's power, but it's also the pipe aspect of like Satisfactory, where you're basically, we're not worried about water flow, but we're worried about water capacity. And I'm hoping it works the right way, but it may not. That's not even doing anything right now. Look at it. It's so full it can't even bother drilling. Okay, I've got 5 water pumps. One is handling the steam and going to handle that side spot over here. So let me just do that one first. So if I want this, where's that pipe? It's right there. If I get water flow, I can't get past the water pumps themselves. I just need the water. Basically, come up here. Yeah. Alright, if I do a socket right here. And I go that way. That. I will do the overlap on that. I now just have to get the pipe over there. I'm thinking now this underside walkway is going to come out once this is all done. It's just going to be in the way too much. Okay, so I've got those going there. That's going there. So we just need to take this. Yep, right there. Okay, so I'm going to do the same here, just to keep it clean. Okay, so straight makes it go to the wrong snap point. But default works correctly. Yeah, they need to really tweak that still. That's not working right. So let's see. It's crafting. Alright, so that is producing 100 water, 50 goes into the auto farm, 20 into 2 boilers to produce steam, more than enough steam for everything. Now I gotta get the boilers, and then I gotta get the water to these farms. So that may actually not be that big of a deal. Let's just do it like this. Well, you know, ideally, if it was like treated like a splitter like the other ones, which technically that's a 3-to-1 splitter, if you think about it, on the water and steam. It'd be great to have an actual input, and then because of flow, you know, pressure, whatever, it goes a certain way. It'd be great to have a 1 to 4 in this case on those. So I actually have like an input on the back, and then I can put it between here. Like, hey, look, there's one that covers that, and that, and that, and I don't have to worry about anything, you know, like anymore. It comes in from the back, covers both sides. That's one, same thing, and I fell. So how am I gonna do this? 2 floors, 4 per floor. I can only use 3 outputs on each one. I mean, it's 8 total farms. I'm gonna need 8 outputs, but I can have to use 3 outputs in each, so I need 3 total of those pumps, which means I need a 4th pump, a 4th splitter just to split into those. I'll do this for now. Let's make a quick little walkout. Ah! Again, that stupid delay. Like right there, where it's like, I can't place here. Oh wait, yes I can. I clicked, and because of that delay, I fell, because it didn't build. Okay, that's going. That fills up, I'll build a whole bunch of cauldrons, done. Okay, so I'm going to build, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, and then, actually, let's see, 1, 2, 3, so I need a pump, I need a splitter there. Do it like that. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So a splitter under that. Then 1, 2. And a splitter under that. Okay. I can actually work backwards on this. So I did it again. Stopping. Okay, there we go. We're gonna go up to top, bottom, and top. Then this one's gonna connect there. That's gonna go to bottom. I messed up that I count. Okay, yeah, because it's 1, 2, 3, and number 4 for the connection, and then 1, 2. 3. Alright, well, I guess that'll be the connection. What? So that's perfectly okay to go that direction, but not the default. Yeah, there are some issues with this update. Just go ahead and say it. Major wonkiness with this update. Heck, that might have been part of the problem, was the rotation on everything. Because it was, it doesn't make sense that everything has the same rotation to it. You know, like here's a water pipe. It should not the rotation of the water pipe should not be tied to the rotation of anything else. The water pipe should be independent of other things. take this stuff out anyway. All right. You know what, let me leave that until I know for sure I've got it working. It's where I'll make the mistake, take it out, and find out, oh, I didn't actually get it working. Okay, so that is a free one right there. Now I just need to combine everything. That should be all I need. Then I have to merge. I feel like I'm gonna try to do it. Like this. Like float it on the back. Like that. That way. Do it like this. That. Should cover there. Yep. Okay. Now I just gotta take that out for a moment. And I'm hoping that this is going to work correctly. That's a matter of total capacity in the line rather than total, volume that a pipe can handle, like in Satisfactory. That needs to go there. And then that leaves me 2, 3, 4, 5 connections for water. And I've got 4. So I'm actually good. One, 2, and through here first. 3. Okay, technically, yeah. Yeah, we'll just do it like that. And that should be water now pumping all the way over here. Progress. Let me run around the back all the way over here. Progress. Yes, okay, so it is total capacity. It's kind of like power production in Satisfactory, where is the, you're not worried about the amount of power flowing through a cable. You're looking at the power combined in the grid. And this is the same thing. It's basically a water grid and a steam grid, and I've got the water grid taken care of. So now I gotta do the steam grid. Let's see how this is going. Oh yeah, 80. All right, so that is now going to be producing everything I need over here. And it'll take a minute, but we should start seeing some stuff flowing through. Just kind of want to watch and make sure it does work. Oh, there we go. Look at that. Okay, and no power, no steam, so it can't do anything yet. Okay. So I need... Oh, how much do I... You know what? Easier. Just go ahead and build down here. That's one thing Satisfactory definitely has going for it. I am missing the jetpack. And that, whatever it's called. In Satisfactory, you get higher level. You get one that is like a hover pack. Electrical hover pack. Kind of gravity pad thing where basically as long as, like, it has a battery, but as long as you are connected to a available power connector that has a available connection, you can fly around your base and it literally holds you in place without moving. You get, or, well, it'll jiggle you a little bit here and there because of you bumping something or whatever, but you literally just fly around the base and it is just so easy to deal with everything that way. All right, so I need one pipe there, one pipe there, and one pipe there. That's it. So that's my target. Where that spot is. I'm just gonna put it there. Like that. Oh, again, that I can build here, but I gotta think about it for a second or two before I let you do it. Okay. And I'm just gonna, I'll take that out so I can see it. Now I got that all the way over there. At least we do have enough range to reach this stuff. I'm about to take all this out too. That's that. Where? Okay, there's that. I technically really don't even need the splitter here for that. I mean, that's one steam. Actually, I'll have the second steam going in, so that does give me the merge effect. So let's just go ahead and put there. And this should... What? So I can build above, but not down. That is... Yeah, the new proper right angle build mode does not work correctly in at least half of the instances. There we go. So now this should take care of it. And full steam ahead. It won't take long for it to get caught up from this point. Just gotta find my spot. Where is that? Somewhere I've got a missing spot on the ground so I could see it. And apparently I have something built on top of that. So, it might be actually the open spot I left is under one of these. Oh, there it is. Okay. So there is that. I'll put that back in a moment. So we're going to get that to go to that one. Oh, you know what? Let me just notice it. I clicked and went to straight mode. I'm not going to use straight mode unless I am forced to. Because it just is not good right now. There it goes. Okay. That should have progress. Yes, 6 seconds. It is just tearing through that right now. Of course, all the stuff that was built up is going to fill in. That's going. All right. We got that. We got those going there. Oh, oh, oh. I realized I forgot something. You know, I can go ahead and do this, though. Right? Oh. If it's the barrel maker and the only purpose it has is to make barrels, why do I have to choose a recipe? That's an unnecessary complication. Why is that even a requirement? Because, I mean, again, I kind of don't... I shouldn't have to do that. It's the only option it has. Like, I can understand if it was like, you're gonna make this type of barrel versus this type of barrel. Or maybe you want this type of barrel. Sure. But there's one type of barrel. Unless they're planning to have it take iron and such to make iron barrels, which seems like a bad idea because of, you know, depending on the liquid, it would be rusting. Okay, there goes that. Yeah, I'm just going to take all of that walkway out. Now, I got that done. In Satisfactory, we get catwalks, and I have somewhat used them, not very often. Usually, I got to where I instead, because of the better implementation of conveyor, like item elevators and such, with Satisfactory, and the less bulky implementation of stuff. What I've done is in Satisfactory, I've just focused on building it where I had walking paths already built in, because I would take extra time to put an elevator or something in for items so that I didn't have to worry about it. Okay, so there goes that. This is now producing barrels. Yep, very nicely. Barrels are, of course, going here, not of splitting issue. If I put the split to be a filtered item, then that's going to hose things up when it gets in here. Right now, I've got more than enough going for this. I mean, it's 1 every 8 seconds I need for the barrels. That's crafting 1 every 2 seconds. So I'm going to produce 4 in the time it takes to use 1, which is why at some point that is going to overflow, and that just keeps it where, being a case of this will just start flowing more into here, like that. And it's toggled. There you go. Apparently I had to come look at it one time, I guess, for it to really get going. Ah, this is gonna be great. Look at that. I am missing stuff for the cauldrons. That's fine. That's full. Those are full. This is going. You know what? I'm just gonna go ahead and do this, because I'll put in for 1 cauldron here. I'm gonna go get the stuff to make another one. And that's empty, so take that out. Oh, it took only like 2.5 hours of work to completely rebuild it. Again, I didn't take everything out from the upstairs. I didn't demolish and have all the supplies. I had to kind of go and, you know, redo it. But this is better. This has more production capabilities. Gonna still produce all of the coal I need, everything for here. This is, and now I've got a way to produce unlimited wood as well. So I've just gave myself building supplies when it comes to wood as well, as whereas I'm out of iron ingots. Next is I'm gonna start. That's why I'm kind of thinking I want to redo things, and I mentioned that earlier. The idea of where I've done it on the new sites, everything is produced on site. As far as like the emerald ingots are being produced there, I'm not shipping raw ore out here to do anything with it. There's an advantage to that, because again, I can compress down how much I need in terms of space over here to build the next stage of production. So if I do, like right here, iron and copper is fine, but I do another site, I want to do iron crushing and smelting right there. So I'm producing the iron ingots that ship out, and then I can have just the different items being produced all in one spot. And it frees up a little bit more space for me to do that. Let's see. I'm gonna do 1. It's just nice and spread like this. I think 8 will be good. That way I don't have to worry about coming here that often. Oh, and I apparently did something different with that. All right. So I go through, load these up. I'll still keep the one in the base just for, like, if I want to do like the potions or something different. But for this, barley bread on every one of these. And technically, I can let it go until that's completely full. Empty this out, which I may expand it to a double-sized one later. But empty it out, it'll still have 2 stacks worth in there, and I can do 8 at a time. Takes very little coal to actually run through a stack of barley to make bread. And I'm already making too much, so that now gives me something else I can occasionally toss in to make some money. So let's put all this up, and I'm about to we're gonna rip everything out upstairs. It's demolishing time. I'm gonna run out of room in my inventory, I know that. You know, if I was getting constantly attacked, which right now it seems something's messed up with the whole attack waves or whatever, or the random attacks. You know, I used to get occasional, like, guys coming up from below. I think part of that was the way they were spawning, and now that seems to be adjusted differently, so it's not causing me a problem. But, yeah. If that was different, I would have to do something else for it. I still got coal. This is still going. Why not? I'm going to let it run until it goes empty. Until it is completely done. Can't do anything else. These I can take out. I am going to take all of this. And I'm going to disconnect that. I'll just take that out. Go ahead and dismantle this. Take that. There we go. That's done. And I'll just take these. Look at that. Another full stack of bread. I have produced... I can't even tell you how many full stacks of bread now. And that was only halfway through a stack of coal. I want to say I'm getting maybe three whole stacks of bread on half a stack of coal. If we get an automated thing later, that'll be nice. I feel like that is something they probably will add, just because, again, it's something like in Satisfactory, you got the awesome sink, you dump all your excess in. It is something else that you could set up where if you're producing more bread than you need, you can sell the excess and make money that way. But at the same time, you know, is it really going to be worth it too, kind of thing. In this case, I already had it done. I just wanted to make it work again. Yeah. I'll let that finish up. I can take that apart at another time instead of doing it now. More. No, I'm just going to sell all that. I don't need that bread. I got plenty. So we'll go longer again today. I've already, like I said, tight schedule. I've been doing a lot of stuff outside of the YouTube thing and work that I've been busy with, but I've got time. We could go ahead and do a little extra today because I kind of want to at least start the expansion on the next location. Now, look at that. And that. Can't get out of something without hitting escape several times. Sell. Sell, sell, sell. There we go. Like 1,000 gold on that. So those are going. That's going to produce. I mean, technically, with that, 5 of them would produce a full stack of bread in one go. So I'm getting over 1.5 stacks of bread right there going. That is, you know, full auto, all of this. I have got wood coming in, make money with that. Oh, it didn't even sell everything? That's 2,000. Oh, he's like selling in a certain sequence? This one seems to be acting weird. I didn't look at them too closely since the update, but seems like it's going in a sequential type thing. Like it used to just get rid of everything, but it seems like, is it not selling the bread even though bread can be sold? It's not selling the bread. Bread has value. It can be sold. But apparently because it's not an automatable object, it's not sellable there. It's a very odd thing to implement. Oh, you can't automatically produce this, so we can't auto sell it here. That's yeah, still sells. It's just it won't sell with the auto market. That is strange. Yeah, very strange. That's a quirk. That should not be that case. The market should sell whatever you can normally sell. Because what if you just, you know, you want to throw, you got all these cauldrons going because you're just producing so much barley, just a huge, massive barley production setup. You go grab it, toss all this stuff in cauldrons to make bread, and then you throw the bread into a storage, the auto, you know, the belt container, and it starts dumping everything in with other stuff into your automated market. It's not going to sell it? I mean, that should still sell it. The automated market should sell every item that can be sold manually by the player. Makes no sense that it won't sell stuff that can't be automated into it. Logically, it's taking stuff that comes into the conveyor feed on the auto market and selling that. So if an item can go across a conveyor, then it should work. So unless the bread cannot be put through a conveyor, if I can't put it in one container and have it go through a conveyor to another container, then there's a problem with the bread. They don't have it set up logically as like a correct item. Logic is not there for the bread. But that seems like that would be some like really stupid setup there, if that was the case. All right, this is going to be rebuilt. This is the new project. This is what else I want to do. Once the old farm setup is cleared out, can't produce anything else, I can rip it out. I'll figure out how I want to do the distribution stuff up there, play with the minecarts a bit. Maybe I'll just make a little amusement ride and we just have a minecart thing that goes around in a loop. This, though, I want to do like just decked out. I want huge coal production because I want to be able to just make sure no matter what. If I end up just, okay, here's another minecart station and it just goes way off in the distance, following along a tunnel or along the ceiling, whatever. It goes way off in the distance to another site. I want to be able to just constantly flow. I want this to be massive production. We've got a ton of room here to do that. So, yeah, that's it. We're going to go extra today. We're coming up on the 3-hour mark. We're going a little bit longer because I think I can knock this out fairly quickly. I'm not going to go as crazy on the piping underneath or anything. really, I don't need to do that. This is a much simpler setup. All right, we'll see you next time, Jason. Thanks for hanging out. Enjoy your food. Yeah, coal should be a simpler setup. I'm not crafting anything. This is literally going to be just producing a lot of coal. And that's it. The drills are the only thing I have to produce power for. Drills, and I need mergers. And as much as I want to use the 3-way mergers, you know what? I think I'm going to have to find a way around that bug until they fix it. I don't want to redo this later with another merger. You know what? We'll do it with 3-way mergers for now anyway. Just because once I get the flow going, it won't matter. It'll be... I'm going to overflow everything. I'm just going to have so much coal. I'm thinking... Emerald, I've got 5 drills. Let's do 5 drills there. That's 50 steam. That's literally it. 1 water pump, 1 boiler, 2 items that are going to need coal fed to them. That's a 2-way splitter. And then a 2-way splitter to feed to that one, and then into the storage network. And what I'll do is I'll use 2 3-way mergers, like I did on the Emerald spot, but instead of it being 3 drills into 1 merger, 2 drills into the other, and the merger for the other drills, I'm actually going to run it as 3 and 2, and then they'll run into a 2-way merger to get around that weirdness there. So it's going to be based on the flow of the items to each one. I mean, guys, technically I could do 2 of the 2-way splitters.
Yep.
Do it like 2 2-way splitters, being drills 1 and 2, a second drill, then drill 3 and 4, drill 5 goes in independent, and so basically I have 2 2 mergers for 2 drills, another merger for 2 drills, and then the third one, which goes into kind of thinking if I do a 3-way merger after that, I'm still going to end up with 3 mergers there, or I'm going to do 3 mergers any other way I'm thinking of doing it. But if I do that, I could do a 3-way merger last, and because 1 drill number 5 is feeding directly into let's say input 3, input C, so we'll have input A, B, C, and then drills 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Splitter or merger 1 will have drill 1 and 2, and it'll feed into input A on the other 3-way merger. Drills 3 and 4 will go into the other 2-way split merger, which will feed into input B on the 3-way merger. And then drill 5 will go straight into the 3-way merger on input C, which means that whole round robin effect will be double the flow into input A and input no, because that will still cause a problem, because of that logic flaw. It'll end up being a case where I'll get at some point drill 5 will not be producing as much as the others, and I'll have a backup on there. So I just need to do it with 2 3-way mergers and just hope they fix that logic flaw. And I forgot to bring coal up here. That's fine. I'll probably have some more from that spot over there. So yeah, look at that. All that stone. I got plenty to build with. I don't like the look of this tower, But at some point, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to build me a tower somewhere. It'll be my own little tower. I might go back to the little starter rune stone right there. And just build a giant tower just to see how high up we can build before we hit a build limit. Now that I got unlimited wood production as well, I'll go until I can't build any higher, and I'll build an elevator from the ground to whatever the top floor is. So if there is a build height restriction, I'll find it, and I'll have an elevator eventually that goes all the way up to the top. I just gotta think how I want to make it look. Because that's foundations. Makes it easy to build quickly. I just have to build the stairs around them. Like, that's... I know right now we've got a depth limit because of the, you know, previous to the anvil update, you would find spots in the ground where it was already like a tunnel going down past the blue level, and you'd end up in, like, there was lava, so you couldn't go any further, you get hurt. And it was basically, that was the bedrock effect of Minecraft, if that's the limit. I wonder how much further down that is now, because I have not found anything that gives me access to a lower level yet from the blue level. It's almost like they, with the new update to the world generation, they cut that off until they are ready with the next level down, the new resources and all that, which will of course mean I have to generate a new world. Unless they did something with the cap to make it so that I don't have to generate a new world that just says, like Minecraft, which I don't know how long it's been since they did a new set of biomes for Minecraft. I don't keep up with Minecraft news anymore. But I remember there was points like when they added the savannah and the mesa and such, they had it where your current world would work, but anywhere you'd actually explored already would not regenerate. But once you went into a new area and it had to generate again, it would generate new. You get weirdness as far as the way the world map would cut in certain spots with the biomes and such because of changes, but you could at least do that. That's why I'm wondering if I don't dig down super far, will they make an update so once you get to a certain point, you start digging down again, it now generates the new levels below. Maybe a little weirdly done with the caverns and such, but you at least can still find your way down to them, not have to start over completely again. I'm hoping that's what they'll do. Probably won't, but, you know, I can hope. All right, see you, Jenny. Go enjoy your weekend, your rest of your day, and we'll see you next time. Like I said, I got some freedom today, so I'm willing to go a little bit longer because I do at least want to get started on this rebuild here with the big, what's going to be my big coal spot.
Yep.
Just because I want to rebuild everything here. I want to get where I don't have to deal with taking coal to anything. You know, Science Factory, I'll build a super big setup like coal production when I get the chance. My last save I had, there's a lake, like it's not far from kind of the normal starting area, but it drops down. It's like you got the river, you follow it, you got a little waterfall thing that steps down into like a little area below, and there's 3 good, like it's pure coal spots, or maybe they're normal there, but it's like one of the lower levels of the map. I'd build a huge, massive setup there for coal plants and stackable, and just keep stacking them. I think the last save, before I ended up finally resetting everything, I had 3 layers of 8 coal plants each. And then I did another one at a lake further north where I spread it out even more, and it was 16 per level, and I had gone 3 levels high as a super coal plant, because I had not gotten to a good spot where I wanted to deal with uranium. I did have uranium production going, but I hadn't gone and set up the big nuclear stuff. So I had this big massive coal plant production that was producing so much more than I needed. And ultimately, I just had the big power, relay towers. Like, you could climb up them. You could do them without climbing, but I did the climbing. And I just had them going all the way across between these different spots, everything. I just built a big power network separate from the train network aspect, because the trains would also do that too. You could, connect by a railway, and the train would then serve as the power conductor. But I did it where I also had the big power transmitter towers as a way of doing that as well. And it worked so nicely. Just gave me easy way to combine all my power together. It just made power hardly a thing to worry about in that, because I just made everything connected off of those and done. Can't really do that with this. Oh, and I forgot to grab wood.
Yep. Up.
Minecraft did get some new biomes recently. Again, I don't even remember what version it was, because I hadn't kept up with them. It was like the axolotl and stuff like that, I think, was the last update I played. Can't remember what it was. Every time I get started in Minecraft, I get this big grandiose idea of what I want to do, and I get to a certain point and I'll get like halfway through, and then it's just like I need a break from this. Like, it's just it gets so monotonous just continuing to do the build and just doing that. It's like I get all these farms done, now I'm just building for cosmetics, and it's like, that's why I don't play creative mode on games, because while I have full creative freedom, it's the challenge goes away, and it just kind of gets where it's just like if I just want to create, I could do that. I could do some creative stuff with that, but I kind of like the little bit of a challenge too. So yeah, I know the last time I was playing and they added biomes, it was the savanna, the mesa, stuff like that is what got added. Because I remember it being a case, I had in that save, I made a point, I got started, got initial setup, got me a base, built up a bunch of food and supplies, and kind of just, I had all this stuff. I made a boat, or I took everything apart, and I took off walking in one direction with the supplies to make, or I had a boat with me, and the supplies to keep alive and everything. I said, I'm going to go, I'm not going to do anything stupid. And I traveled 8 kilometers in one direction to find a neat little island, and I just started building there. That became my base. And so I had one direction I couldn't go in to find anything new hardly, without going in that direction and then way off in another direction. But it worked. It still was a case I would go find a new biome after that update happened, and I could see some of the new stuff. It's just the generation would be off a little bit. It would be like, here's a sudden cut, and I basically, instead of a smooth transition, I walk into a wall of the new biome. I just kind of hope they do something like that with the new levels, because I really don't want to have to start over when we get the next layer down in terms of production. I feel like they could just, like, it makes sense that by taking away, and I was, again, going by what I've seen, I have not found a tunnel down yet from any area of this layer to the next layer, where previously the world gen would have tunnels going down, and you end up with, here's lava, so that was your bedrock artificial wall, don't go any further this way, the limit. It seems they've removed that because I haven't found any tunnels from this level that go down, like to the next layer. And I'm hoping they made that part of the world gen for the fact of thinking ahead and saying, people don't want to have to start over because we added another floor below. So we're going to increase the limit. And while you may not get in your areas necessarily, it might not generate new tunnels in certain places. Maybe they've already got it set up where there's tunnel spots mapped, but it generates them later. That could cause problems with people's constructions. You don't want to be suddenly sitting on top of a tunnel with your base and getting attacked from below. But, there's ways they could have got around it and made it so that, by doing that, you don't have to start over with the next update when they do biome, new level. New biome, think of it that way. It's a new layer. We have the surface biomes with the different trees and such, and we have the subterranean biomes with the different resources. I feel like just because it seems they removed the creation of the downward tunnels from this level, that they were planning for it. And to me, that it would make sense to do that way. So that after this, they could be like, oh yeah, you don't have to start over. Maybe they generate tunnels. You might have to change some things because you might have a tunnel underneath your base and you need to fill it in, or blah, blah, blah. Or you might end up with no tunnels and you just got to dig your own way down if you don't want to start over. But at least you don't lose all your stuff having to start over in order to see the new cave level, or the new cave biome. Subterranean biome, call it. Just gonna do the same thing, build upwards. Because that's still gonna kind of give me room right here for that. I feel like, you know what? I don't think I need to go that far back. I may actually bring it up this way, because I am going to have 5 drills. So 5 drills feeding out. If I go across like this, all the way across, drills kind of on that side feeding in here and this direction. Yeah, that will give me the high production. And basically, I still need to play with the minecart track setup before I get too invested in this, I think. I need to know how that's going to work. But right now, what I'm thinking, 5 drills. I mean, heck, I could even do it if I could say forget the mergers right now. I could literally just 5 drills, 5 double size storage containers. Each drill feeds its own storage container. I still need a split though. Okay, I could do 6 drills. 6 drills. 1 drill feeds a splitter that feeds the water pump and the steam, because the steam is going to provide, that's 60 out of 100, and the water pump will be 10 out of 100. So technically I could do I could just do 2 steam boilers with a 3-way splitter from that. So 1 drill, 3-way splitter, water, steam and steam. That's 200 steam and 100 water with 80 to spare. Yeah, I need to see how the rail carts work. Also, if it needs power for that. What kind of power does it, like? I mean, it's a mine cart. It really doesn't run on its own. You kind of need something to push it or pull it. So is it, we're going to have like 2 dwarves and the little, seesaw motion thing? I don't know what it's called, but, it's the old style rail cart where somebody just sit there and they've got the, handle that goes up on two sides, so you have one person can do it or two people can do it in like a seesaw motion. Are we gonna have two dwarves on a little seesaw, you know, train cart thing that draws it along, pushes it along, or are we gonna just have a minecart that runs on its own? Is it gonna be like a steam powered minecart solution? You know, Minecraft, redstone, Orebound, not sure. We're gonna find out before I get too much further on that. I also kind of need to know how the train aspect works on this as far as the storage, input, output. Let's see. Copper plates, iron ingot, and a bunch of wood, which I got. Let's see. Copper plates, and iron ingots for the rails. Okay, so. And that. Let's just set up a little practice area. Not even so worried about anything else. Okay, so yep, dumps into the cart, outflow, inflow, spawn minecart. I need iron cog. I go get that. Items to accept from minecarts and item to export. So I can filter it. And the idea right now being mainly the idea of passing coal to everything. But with that in mind, I can do a minecart whole setup for it. And it doesn't look like it needs steam, even though it's got that up there. I don't see, I mean, the thing's spinning. I don't see a pipe joint to connect anything. And the fact that we've got a furnace just to me implies it should have like a it would be coal power. You got coal, comes in, burns it to power everything, it just sends the minecart along. Okay, like that. And then I'm hoping I don't have to go and like just totally rethink this in the end. Alright, so we're gonna have a looper just to test this out. Basically, cogs, great. Don't need much, I just need to make one minecart. They'll throw in some stone on export. Okay, so export that. And export that. Alright, okay. And then it should just import from whatever. So I'm going to spawn a minecart. It puts that in. No power. Okay. So it goes there. It takes it out to the import. And then it exports to there, which is import. Which means now it has nothing. And it goes here. And that's, yeah, import. Okay. So different from SAS Factory. But technically, you know, if I really wanted to, I could set a conveyor loop that would just loop around. That's pretty fast too on that. All right, I'll take that out. Oh, and it breaks. Okay, I was trying to take it apart, but it just breaks, and you just basically then break it down as like empty it like a bag or something. Okay, so if that's the case, it comes down to the merger part of it. That merger bug. Or flaw. We'll just call it flaw. Yeah, unintentional bug or just bad logic on the dev side. It's a flaw with the three-way merger. So should not be a big problem on this because of just its sheer volume. So I'm thinking still 2 3-way mergers. Going into a 2-way merger. Actually, 2 3-way mergers. So 3 drills in 1. Actually, you know what? Let's just go ahead and do 6 drills. Total for it. Because instead of doing a 6th drill into there, for the steam stuff, because this is just going to be power, like coal production total. Heck, 7 drills. I'm going to do, I'll have 1 drill that is, again, just for the water and steam. I can, you know, go for broke if I need to and put an extra thing for that. Yeah, this is, okay. Let's just, I'm going to build some more. And do this. Actually, so I don't like how to do this, but I'm going to dump some of the stone out just so I can get actually some wood too. There, get some free space. We are going to shut down this drill for right now. Yep, or 2 drills. Or I got 2 drills over here. Yeah, all right.
Yep.
So if I do drill 6 drills into 2 3-way mergers, and then a 7th drill that goes into its own trunk for the water and steam. 6 drills, 2 3-way mergers. Those go into a 2-way merger. Or actually, 2 3-way mergers into 2 double-sized storage containers for backup. Into I guess into a 2-way merger into the minecart station. Because if I do a second minecart station, it's basically going to be, I'm going to have to make it where it does not import coal. So it goes, that might be an option. Thinking about it, that might be a benefit to the restrictions. If I do that and that. Okay, so in line, they are in sequence. This one's basically gonna go from there straight to here, and the minecart can't drop anything off, because what I do is I want to export all items. That's just coal, and I don't know how much the minecart can actually carry in it. I'm assuming 1 stack. But the import items will only accept other stuff. Actually, if I that's it, uncheck. Yeah, that seems a little backwards. Checked, import any items until there's no more space. Unchecked means you have to do specific items. Seemed like you would check it to select the items. Instead, like on the splitters, we have to check it to select an item to filter for. It seems like this should be the same logic. Check it to select an item to filter for. Since I don't want it to import coal into itself, it's just going to be the export. That means this one would come here, say, oh, I cannot import anything. Keep going. But there's going to be that extra stop. That's the consideration. We don't have any mergers over the rails, so we'll do 1. It's going to be a splitter into it. It's just going to end up overflowing. That's all it's going to be in the end. That's why I want to do 2 storage containers like I have here, so I have plenty of extra storage space. In fact, you know what? Let's just go ahead and do it this way. I'm just gonna go out here, and I'm just gonna try to make me a temporary storage spot for both of those to sit, just so I can move my coal over here. It's gonna take up so much room. Okay. That's going, that's fine. Take all. I think I can actually go ahead and build the storage containers. Yes. I don't have to worry about actually dismantling those yet. Alright. Actually. Locked it too. Okay, so I'll do a third one. Or not. Okay. That gives me 3 to be able to dump this coal out for right now. Then I can go and take it to the other spots and make sure everything's filled up till I can get the rails done. Take all that out. So that's 2 full containers, and that will be whatever overflow is left from this now that the drills have been turned off.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, so that stuff can come out. I'll leave the drills for right now.
Up.
Technically, I'm not even using the steam power anymore. Take that. Dump that in there. Let that go. Take these out. That'll get moved. That. There we go. Okay. So yeah. Let's go ahead and do this. I think this is a good spot for the back end. Again, I'm only going to use power for the drills. So, I don't have the pipe work, do I? I didn't bring pipe work. I'm just going to go ahead and do 2 of these. And that did not line up. That lined up, okay. And then I don't have... Oh, I got everything, okay. Should be so much easier to line things up than it is. Okay, so that and a 3-way splitter. So I'll have 1 drill. All right, let me. Guess I need to do this again with these kind of lined up. Somewhat. Nope, pushed it back. Okay. Oh. This is one of the most frustrating games to build in right now for me, because there's so little consideration for actual, like, making it easy to line things up. Okay. Do this. Yeah, it's gonna cause an angle for conveyor, but come on, come on, target. Take these That should have been straight in. Okay. So, drill 7. I can fit drill 7 on there. Come straight here. That's all the power taken care of. I don't have to do anything else for it. And is that? Did I do it? Yes, I did. Okay. I think I might leave those drills there so I can focus on the others. Okay, that's done. Okay, that's done. Take all this out. Built up. But really, the ladders are capable of being placed backwards. Yeah, look at the ceiling so it snaps correctly. And freshly built ladder, and it gives me that bug of being stuck on something. Alright, you know what? Yeah, this is going to have to come back a bit. Make room for those. Six, and then number 7, I guess. Okay, so now that's 3 and 3, 2 mergers there coming into storage over here. So I guess I need to kind of figure out a, well, you gotta go from the output, not the input side. So I guess I need to just go ahead and start with these. We got merger, 3-way there, and that, and I'll just do right here. I can easily spread out, so it's not a problem. That one's gonna go there, go there. That one's gonna come up, and then go around to, here. Yeah, the only advantage of straight build is in some cases it actually works, whereas your default build mode doesn't. Most cases, straight build is not good. Okay, does that, and then I'm just going to do now. That is not a straight build when it's like, oh yeah, let me do this all weird turned around method. You know what? I'm gonna have to do something new. Oh, well, new for this game that I have not done yet in this game. I'm gonna use a conveyor stack just to simplify this as far as the input part. So use this all the time in Satisfactory. There. So those three will then feed into I guess like this. Should hopefully be good enough. So no build mode works with that correctly. Still looks goofy in the end. What? Okay. So stupid. Really stupid. No. All right. Why are you being so goofy? Well, it's not my fault that stuff is screwy in the game and how certain build things work. Okay, that's it. I'm taking that drill out. And I'm just gonna put, if I can, I got that one on top. Drills are some of the worst things to place in this. And, whoa! Been a while since that happened. I managed to launch myself. Alright, so... Nope, alright, I'm gonna take those out. And we're gonna do it... bottom. Middle. And top. Okay, and that gives me just an easy stack to there. Technically, I'll probably just skip this stack, but I'm hoping this makes it look a little bit more fluid in terms of the other sides. There we go. So we have that. That feeds in. Big stack, or big storage on each end. So I have room for things to build up, as I'm sure is going to happen because of that logic bug. God, they really need to change how some of these things place. Because some stuff is just so next to impossible to see. Okay, there goes that. I just need to get some more, what was that I'm short? Iron ingots. Yeah. Actually, it's not that much bigger in terms of size. I have so much more room, which gives me, I guess, technically more options in the future when they change things with the rail system, the minecarts. I would like to see it be, I mean, the fact that you got a single cart, and I guess it's how many carts you want to build, and as long as you don't run into an overflow of the carts back up. I feel it could be done more of a almost train styling to it, not necessarily like, you know, saying you gotta build a cart separately, but a train type system where you can do multiple stations together and you build like a sequence of mine carts, basically like building cars in a train. And so it's like, you know, instead of it's just here's a minecart that's rolling with no form of power, just assuming that, hey, he's going uphill is perfectly fine. You know, have an actual like here's the locomotive part of it that you build, and then you have just the carts that are storage. Like here's the powered minecart that rolls along, followed by the storage chest minecarts towing behind, and you can build basically it comes in and now you've got, you know, a train station type thing where each cart lines up to a different spot sort of thing. They're probably trying to avoid being too much like Satisfactory, but there are certain things that Satisfactory just hands down kills this game on. But this gets, even without the minecart system, when this is done, I have 6 times as much coal production from what I had before. It's going to go into the 2 storages, so I'll still have storage for that. And then I can try to build out the minecart system. I'll be able to come here, manually grab coal, take it wherever I need. But once this is done, now I can do, since I really don't have a production set up of any kind in that direction at the moment, haven't done any build out in that direction, it'll give me an option to go just build a cart system that goes that way. And really, if I just give it enough room, I give myself enough space for adding splitters and such, so I could still have it where, hey, here's 2 big storage things that are feeding into a merger now, or, you know, one feeds into this minecart station and one feeds into a different minecart station, and that means I have, you know, 2 different minecarts that can go and transport coal in 2 different pathways. I have one, this one here goes that direction, does the loop around, and then I have this one that could go out that way somewhere. You know what? I want to get this stuff out of the way, so I'll go ahead and drop this stuff off. I might just do that. I might just leave it as the way I've got it at the moment. 2 of them, instead of splitting, or instead of merging them into one minecart station, I'll have them as 2 separate ones that can feed 2 different minecart pathways. And that frees up space for me to be able to do a lot more in terms of where I send it. Alright, so now build this out. Get this built a bit. Technically, all I should have to do now is figure out the steam and water part, which is easy. And that should really be all I need to do for the moment until I decide how I want to do the minecarts. And actually start building out a minecart track system to the other spots. Well, I'll leave all this here for the next round building. Okay, so water, I need a splitter for it. I hope I have everything I need. Yep. Rotate. Make sure it's flat. Oh, it's flat. Okay. So water thing there. Go in there. That goes into. Of course it does. Of course it says, "Hey, I'm not gonna do that this time." Okay. There goes that. And then I need the steam trunk. You know what? Same idea. Just gonna do a steam, which I don't have pipe work. I'm gonna do one splitter underneath. That's gonna take inputs from both. That way it combines the output together. And then I have 7 drills, so I can do. Ooh, that's gonna. That's not gonna work. Okay, each boiler has 2 outputs. So if I do, I've got 6 drills for the coal production, and then 1 drill for feeding the power production. I do 2 splitters going to the 6 drills, because remember you got 1 input on each, so that can be 1 feed or 2 feeds off of the main splitter. That's going to be on the underside. And then it's 2 input. Yeah, 2 inputs there. This 1 input goes to the number 7 drill, and no. No, that's the problem there. There's 2 inputs coming off that, 2 inputs going into the main splitter, 2 inputs going out to the other splitters, and then one of the steam spots will provide a separate feed for drill 7 that provides the coal to power everything. Yeah, that will work. I think I've got the math there.
Yep.
Okay, I hope we see some bigger water and steam splitter options. You know, Satisfactory, we've got like Mark 1, 2, 3, 4, and you get like, oh yeah, number 1 can do 5, I think it is, on the towers, the basic power poles, and then it's like Mark 2 is 7, and then I can't remember if it's 9 and then 11, or like 11 then more than that. Gets our point. It's like, wow, this is more than enough, you know, connections, so that you have 1 power connector that could do a whole set of items. And this is essentially the power, the steam and water. So we should have a Mark II, an upgraded version that's like, oh, this will do 7 connections, and this, you know, the steam will do 7 connections. We really should have that in this as well. And then, you know, like the next step up from there, it's like 9 or 10 or 11. All right, yeah, so we'll go like that. All right. And so 1 input for each of these. And then I have 2 up there. Actually, let me see. Which one is number... Yeah, I can do it from up there. Drill 7. Really doesn't matter, but I'm going to do it. That is a straight ladder built properly. And it literally made me kick off of it when I was climbing up, because that stupid bug. Alright, so this is number 7. Yeah, I realized after I jumped, I was like, that's gonna sink me into the is that connection for it? Yes, it is. Okay. There goes that. Technically, All I gotta do is
Yep.
put some coal in. I got it. And it will fire all of these off. Or we'll fire this off. It'll start producing power. And I've got my power infinite. The infinite power going already. We'll do something different here. I need a stone pillar. Like just a straight, skinny type of pillar. Would be nice. Let's see if I can do this. Okay, so I can build that. Now, let's try this. It's not what I want, but it's the closest I can get to like a pillar type of thing. All right. And of course, I'm out of copper ingots. And I need to reset that. Oh. So what I'm thinking is I'm going to do a splitter on each side, feed up to those feed down to the drills, and we're done. I have monster coal production in place. It's already full anyway. And now, literally the rest is just build out and figure out how I want to do the rails. And I pretty much just, like I'm thinking, one of those into a minecart station that has a minecart that goes along. Probably need to fill in the tunnel a little bit better, so I can have a protected connection for the minecart. It's also a case to note that we don't have a stackable minecart rail thing, nothing like that, so I'm gonna have to build like, I guess technically, like just a column with like walls or foundations. Realistically, I don't have to do that, or not really. Game-wise, logically, I don't have to do it because I can just have something floating. Realistically, I should have a support pillar, because if they ever do something that says you need a certain amount of structural support or things collapse, then that stuff would break suddenly, and I'd be scramble mode trying to fix everything. Or actually, it'd break everything, and I'd be like, well, that update just killed the game for me. I'm going to take a break, kind of thing. Is what it would really be. I would just quit until they got their stuff fixed more, smoothly. But for now, I want to go ahead and plan on doing that. Just go ahead and have structural support for minecart rails. I'm assuming we can do the rails not on the ground. Guess that'd be a good thing to try real quick. Yeah, okay. And we can run them up to the ceiling like that. Okay. Maybe that means we are going to get some kind of mount options similar to the conveyors. Really, I could just say, forget it. I'm going to do a conveyor the whole way. No minecarts at all. Nothing like that. Just a conveyor that feeds to a splitter. Two-way splitter. The one feed comes out, goes to that production station. The other feed continues on. Why I'm not doing that right now is because of flow rate. Because each step in the sequence, it will slow down on the amount of coal going to each spot. That's why I'm thinking like doing this, if I could get multiple mine carts going, it's going to be a similar thing. It's going to fill up the first location, as in, oh, your storage of coal is full, and I won't need as much storage each one. I won't need a double container. I'll need a single container. So I can have a single container. The minecart station, technically, could be the container. As it fills up, that's my reserve storage for this. Might do a single container just as a precaution. But, you know, basically that creates the storage for emergency reasons. So I don't have to worry about something running out if something gets all ganked up with an update, which will happen. It's a guarantee that will happen. Okay, that's straight. Just didn't look straight down here. So when all this is done, I'll have... I already got more coal production than I need for everything. But I won't have to deal with towing that coal production anywhere. Alright. Oh, come on. It got me stuck. Hovering between 2 points. Really? I can't... There we go. That much trouble to target? Here. Yeah, okay. Go this way, I get me some height to see things. Alright, so... Yeah, that's pointing to the wrong one. I need you to point to this one. Aren't you? There we go. To that one. No, no, no. No, 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 no. Stop! Pointing to the wrong one.
Yep.
This is... The targeting is just terrible in this. When it comes to building. It really is. You never target the thing you actually want to connect to. You target somewhere around it and hope you get the right one. There we go. So fingers crossed, everything works as it should. There goes that. There goes that. And get over here. There goes that. Oh yeah, look at that. My biggest set of conveyors in one active flow. That's filling in. That looks good. These are gonna stack up. I mean, I've already got too much. So, take that. There we go. And I've got the supplies. Let's just go ahead and forward the moment so I can keep it here. No, I've got it here waiting. Actually, I'll just go ahead and do a second one too. I'll leave them here, and there we are. Good to go. Oh, I need to move the ladder. That is not a good position there. Guess I'm gonna put it over here, and I'm going to get some lights put up. Where I know I'm going to be keeping the lights. There we go, that's nice. Okay. That. Make sure I got enough lighting on everything. Okay, that'll work. Like that. Boom. All right. 6 times the amount of coal production I had. Technically 7, but it's the, one's for other. Just keep that going. And now I just gotta worry about actually doing the cart system, or again maybe conveyor. I feel like conveyor is the most simplest option in the end. But you know, I could be persuaded to do something different. I think I've actually been through that spot there. Or if I have, I don't remember it. I'm gonna look real quick. Is that just a tunnel, or is that drop down into an adjacent cavern? Tunnel into short tunnel to a cavern. It looks like iron, and looks like that might be a long tunnel system there. I may end up digging this out and build me a tunnel from there, because let's see, unless I could be wrong, this is copper, right? Looks like copper, and then there's iron there. Yep, copper and iron. I may end up doing a new setup here next time. We might turn this into a new copper and iron spot, so I can produce, you know, let the stuff at my base be the money stuff right now, and then this turns into a big giant production area and be the first one that auto feeds with the minecarts. I'm assuming I'm gonna have to at least have a return path for the minecarts to work. I may not even do. I might just do the dump it and then build out everything so I can do the minecarts later, instead of, it's kind of like, you know, I built everything in Satisfactory and had all my different production sites set up, and I rebuilt them after the fact, or not like I didn't completely rebuild them, but I built it around, okay, here's this, I'm going to use the trucks right now with this one, I'm going to use drones with this one. And then once I had everything set up right back at my main base, I then went and extended from there the whole train system, built out to the first copper site. I still left all my the drones and such collecting until I was ready to fully enable the train system, where everything was connected all the way, the full circuit. And then I went, took out the drones, remapped, you know, like, okay, let me get, I want to say what I did was I basically just, once I had everything connected, where all I had to do was change the direction of the conveyors, I went and did that. I just basically went and ran through every spot, disconnecting the drones or the trucks and connecting the conveyor stuff to the train instead. And then I went back and basically started the train and let it go, and it worked. But it besides building every site, building them around this is how I'm transporting now, this is how I want to do it in the future with the train, I spent probably almost as much time building the train system out, getting everything in place, and then going back and switching to the train system. So I feel like I probably should do the same thing right now, just leave everything kind of as it is and start rebuilding some stuff in order to come back and then, you know, as I go, build out a train, the minecart system for it, so everything can go sequentially. But I still have to have a way for the minecarts to get back. So instead of building a track that goes all the way along, flowing all the way back at each spot entirely, you know, having two trains or two tracks, one going, one coming, and I just have to keep building out, and then at some point, oh, that's done, I can just take all this out. I'll just build it out and then get it set up later where I switch in one go everything over to it. But for now, I feel like I have done a good bit. We are over 4 hours now. Usually I go around the 3-hour mark. It is getting very toasty in here. GPU is putting out a lot of heat. And it's spring, but it feels more like it's summer now. Because it's getting hot. So it is time for me to wrap up and cool down, have some food. Timmy go do doggy business, like peeing in the backyard. And I just said the magic word, so he's probably... No, he's actually ignoring me. How about that? It's a shock. Okay, so I'm sure the upstairs moonshine production is probably out of supplies on one front or another. Is it probably out of coal? Still has the barrels in supply that could work, but it's probably out of coal, not doing anything. I'll just rip through and dismantle it all next time I get a chance to play. And I'll leave that whole floor now open. This is going and just producing the barrels, producing the moonshine. See, the barrels are backed up here, so it's just free-flowing. Barley, of course. Logic breaks things again. Their bad logic has broken everything. I'm going to have to redo this because they can't handle logic properly on these. I mean, hopefully this is going to be fixed, obviously. It ideally should be fixed where we don't have problems, but they do have logic issues with some of the things that are not producing correctly. I did not have this issue up top. It's prioritizing certain things. Again, because they got weird logic where it has to go sequentially, which in a 2 to 1 and 1 to 2 works. You go A, B, A, B. But when you go A, B, C, and C is not going fast as A and B, you run into problems. They didn't update their logic when they did the new update. And that's causing problems. So I'm going to have to do some retweaking on this, I guess. But for the most part, this is working. I've got... Oh, yeah, look at that full set of barley. That's another 8 stacks. And it took 4 coal to produce 20 bread, each one. So that is 25 stacks of barley at each one for a single stack of coal. It means each one would produce 25 rounds. It's 5 rounds. That's 5 full stacks of bread from each one before it runs out of coal. And that's 25 stacks of barley before it runs out of coal. And I've got more than enough coal right here. So, yes, that is at least working. This I'm going to have to fix. Something is not... This is not going to work great because they got bad logic in their stuff. Go find one of these that's got a stack. Whoa. What? No, what? How's that no water? Is that's part of it? Why is that missing water? What? I connected it. Okay, so that might be part of it, is I've got an imbalance because something must have got a double connection somewhere. Because I counted through, I thought of that over and over and over. Oh, man, I am... Oh! Alright, I'm done. I gotta come back and fix this later. That's frustrating. All because you can only connect your conveyors and such in one direction. So, that might be partly to do with the problem there, but, yeah. Okay, well, that is for another time. I am burning alive right now in here. It's getting too hot in this room. So, we got Timmy here, and he's gonna entertain. Like, why'd you put me on the spot, dude? I'm so tired. I haven't done anything except lay here, and I'm tired. Is that right? Lay here down. There we go. You had to think about it. Took a moment. You want me to hold you? Nope. Defense mode. Show the belly. Yep. Alright, now I got you. Timmy. There he is. The bigger view, the one everybody's been waiting on. Timmy. You got boogers. Look at this. Let me get that. Let me get that. Okay. Got a booger out of your eye. You got a booger in your eye? No, you're fine. Just the one eye. Has some boogers. You gotta get in the light where you can be seen. You're too dark for the camera, Timmy. Mm-hmm. He's like, I want out of this. Let me go. I'm not going to. I got you. Come on. Do something. No? Alright, come here, come here. It's cradle time. Nope. Oh, no, it's not. Okay. Fine. Okay, hug mode. There we go. Hug mode, get scratches. Like a big baby. Gotta be, you know, gotta put it over his shoulder, burp him sometimes. Like, oh, all right, oh, all right, he said he's done. Whew. All right, that's it. Yeah, we're gonna wrap it up now for the day. Again, we usually go 3 hours ish. Last time I did go 4. Today I've gone over 4, and I now have problems I have to fix with the new setup. So, yeah. I guess next time it's time to rethink some of the existing setups. I got, you know, some stuff like the emerald, I'm not concerned about shipping back because I'm not really worried about making emerald goods right now. If I need to, I go there and turn the auto market off, grab some ingots, and I'm good. But it might be worth it at some point to rethink it, build a much bigger setup for the fact of here's ingots and here's the gems. Do the polishing and everything together at one spot. Just for the fact of having them there and then using, again, at some point, maybe the minecart setup to where, hey, this minecart goes through. Again, thinking of it like the train in Satisfactory would be easier, where you have multiple cars in a sequence instead of it being, you know, one car at a time. It's gonna change a few things with this minecart setup. That's where I feel like, yeah, the more I play this, as far as the factory side, it just makes me want to go to something more developed like Satisfactory and give this game like a year of time to refine things a little bit better. But we're gonna stick with Orebound for right now. At least for, you know, the another few weeks, see what else happens. It may get to a point where I get fed up with something, or we may get a new update that breaks everything. Either way, that's it for today. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Go enjoy the rest of your day, rest of your weekend. Have a good week. We'll do this again next week. If you got ideas, leave them in a comment after this, and I'll consider, some changes to the setup. But for right now, I need to go cool down and have some food. So thanks for hanging out. We'll see you next time.